Okay. Me and Mama will be back. I love y'all. Y'all hear that labradoodie? It's okay. Mama will be back. Hey, how's it going? Oh crap! I'm a little short. I had 377, but I'll come right. I'm gonna come back later. Oh, 387. All right, I'll be back with 2 cents. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm gonna come back tonight. So see you. Thank you. It's time to get the tickets. Thank you. So, donkey, come, yo, what's up? Yeah, what's up, dudes? Dude, it's time for the Presidence. All right. So I'm thinking maybe people will watch Robert De Niro, some movies, classics like Taxi Driver, the Godfather films, but most of it they'll just skip. Maybe Casino, and they'll say, "Oh, these are some legendary movies. There's some really great movies." But since he spent the last years of his life saying "fuck Trump," I don't think it's really a good. When he passes away, he's not going to have 79 million people excited about seeing his movies. It's just kind of be like, well, we don't have to hear that anymore, or like Jimmy Kimmel. But Robert Duvall, he dies and he doesn't have Trump derangement syndrome, and so he's not like Alec Baldwin, and he's not like Jimmy Kimmel, and people will remember him fondly that he didn't have a political derangement syndrome. Yeah, so I guess Robert De Niro's legacy is tarnished when he passes away. Abraham Drinkin, it's time for the Presidents. Happy President's Day. Yeah, I didn't tell an old man in the neighborhood, I didn't say, there's no mail, it's fucking President's Day. I thought it's better for an old man to get off his geezer ass and open the mail and see nothing. Instead of, I could have told him, like, hey, it's President's Day, but, I didn't want to let people make their own discoveries, I guess. Mama back home. Ready for the Presidents? Waiting for Mom to leave? Yeah. Ooh. Presidancing. The Presidents of the United States of America? That's a good one to play on President's Day. Yeah. Start the Presidents. No. Eat a lot of peaches. Moving to the country. Gonna eat a lot of peaches. Moving to the country. Moving to the country. Gonna eat a lot of peaches. But they're by a man in a factory downtown. Eat me a lot of peaches. Moving to the country, gonna eat me a lot of peaches. Moving to the country, gonna eat me a lot of peaches. Moving to the country, gonna eat me a lot of peaches. Peaches for me, millions of peaches, peaches for free. Millions of peaches, peaches for me, millions of peaches, peaches for free. Look out! Ninja attack. Hey, being jumped by ninjas. This band has good ninja defense. Oh, thank you. Man, they're really good at ninja defense, you know, these guys? Yeah. What is that? Is that the one that's like the one that the one that's like the most? It reminds me of high school. The one that's like the most nostalgic for the 1990s. Like that the song that I think reminds me of my youth the most. I think just like this right here. I had it up, but then I went to something else. Unfortunately, it's Did someone poop? Hold on. I think Tula pooped. Have a nice day. Happy President's Day night. Tula pooped. Tula pooped. It was doo-doo. Tula pooped. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. Oh, no problem. Thank you, Mom. That was it. Who does? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I'll take that later. Yeah, I'll take it up. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, I'm like, wait, I'll flush it.
Yeah. I'm gonna flush it.
Okay. Wait.
Tula poop.
Oh, you better stop it.
Your glasses in there. Sure. Oh, yeah, let's see. What do you mean? Yeah. Yeah, I did. I had a soup on Friday night. And then I had breakfast on Saturday morning. Then I had me a chicken sandwich and fries. And then I had 3 beers. And then the next day
So you had 3 years.
on.
And did you wake up yesterday and start drinking the rest of it?
No. No, I drank the whole Saturday night. And the Sunday morning.
Well, you usually pass out after half of.
Oh, I stayed up late listening to music. Alright.
Because usually you never finish the 3rd beer.
Oh, I did this time.
Oh,
I guess because I hadn't had a drink in a long time.
I was afraid that you were drinking yesterday morning.
No.
Or yesterday.
Uh-uh.
Um,
President's Day, so I'll put on the Trump hat. More Presidancing in the future. Until President, we're gonna Presidence the night away. We have Washington, and we have Abraham Lincoln right here. Abraham Drinkin. All right. Four pours, and 10 years ago, my father set upon this land. Was it 4 pours? No. Pours. Ancestors embarked on this continent. No, something like that. Yeah. It's time for the Wheelers Elixir, Fizzler. I didn't do a short because I already have a live stream going, so on the telephone. Let's do the mixer. Elixir. At least it's... Maybe, yeah, in the future, I guess they'll have robot bartenders. And the drinks and the service will be really cold. Be robo-cold. Yeah. Well, is that better getting served by a robot? You have a robo drink mixer? It's probably better than like looking at pretty girls and like fantasizing. Like, oh, I wish I could sleep with Melissa. And then like you would waste more money, right? Because you'd be looking at Melissa's ass. Now Melissa probably has no intention of having sex with you or going out with you, but you know, that's like the fantasies there, right? At least, you know, the presentation of the fantasy. So let's get this brewski. All right, we're gonna fill up the boot with the foam of the brewski. Wow. All right, we're gonna do Abraham Drinkin. 4 pours, and 10 years ago, my father set upon this continent to make sure in 200 years Scott Wheeler can drink beer and celebrate my life. Remember our speech when he mentioned Scott Wheeler? So this mix of elixir. There's a lot of doggy drama in the living room. Bella is fighting over my mom's love. Tula's fighting over mama's love. Everyone's fighting over the love of mama love. Like that Jasmine Blue album, Mother Lover. Yeah, maybe I thought that was douchey yelling at people going to their mailboxes. Hey, it's President's Day. But then I had another thought. It was, hello. But my other thought was this. I was like, well, maybe he didn't check his mail during the weekend. So maybe he had mail in there. So that was the alternative theory. So that works. They don't have a song about President's Day, huh? Not that I know of. I mean, unless they have like a song where they go through all the U.S. presidents. I think it was on MySpace. I started to, like upload some crappy songs that I'd written back in the old days, like in the 2000s. And I remember some guy. So it looked like a metalhead guy. He sent me a message. And it was, I hate you. I really, really hate you. I mean, you could see his picture on the MySpace or whatever. And I was like, what? I don't even know you. I know songwriting is hard, but shit. It's not my fault songwriting can be hard. It's probably not that hard. You just have to know what you're doing, right? It's like algebra. People say it's hard, but if they know what they're doing, then And they'll say, "Oh, that's easy if they know how to do it." So it's like things aren't hard; they can just be difficult. You know, there's not problems; there's only solutions. John Lennon. So. Yeah. Algebra isn't hard. But like music, it has a vocabulary. Like science has a vocabulary. If you understand that language, that's easier to do. How is school hard for children these days? I mean, what is so hard about it? They have all these computers to help them learn the material. Yeah. In our day, right? The millennials and Generation X, baby boomers, the elders, we had to like have these books that are like Chinese VCR manuals, as it were. Yeah, it was big, thick books and microfilm and encyclopedias and all this tedious shit. All this cumbersome fucking learning methods and delivery systems. Cumbersome, tedious, time consuming. Yeah. So someone not like passing college algebra now, it's like, what's the excuse for it? Just doesn't give a shit. It's not really because they're, dumb necessarily. It's just that's just a matter of like just putting in the work. Imagine if we had all the technological tools at our command when we were younger. Imagine what we could have done. Instead of just cumbersome libraries and old dusty books with cryptic terminology. So what's the excuse the children have for failing a class now? I don't know how to do it. I can't understand, Dad. I'm not good at math or science. Does that really fly with parents today? People that are parents and have children? Do their children actually try to like bullcrap the homework? I just can't understand chemistry. It's too hard. Math is too hard. I can't do it. And then the mom or dad has to say, you have like this library of infinite knowledge called the internet. You could study and pass your classes and understand the material, Yeah, but that's too hard. That would require like effort, sir. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like kind of a kid. Like if you failed math or science back in the old days, your parents would just say, "Yeah, I know math is tough, huh? Yeah, it's tough to get a hang of it, huh?" They would just say, "Yeah, shit's hard. Yep." Yeah, I was just wondering what the children's excuses were now when they fail classes. Well, Mom, I gotta tell you something. I really don't give a shit. Yeah, I don't think that really flies very well. like, do you do you play music or do you feel music? I guess that's really the question. Are you music itself, or are you a spirit? I guess that's really the deeper questions. Are you music itself? And that we were gonna play a song that was sad, but it wasn't sad. Yeah. Abraham Drinkin. Well, on the internet, it was like the only place where somebody could say, I hate you, but they wouldn't have to explain why. So they wouldn't have to detail. But, so if I don't know you and you hate me, then I would like, some like bullet points, like why you hate me and what's the reason you hate me. So the internet was kind of jarring, right? Because it was like people would hurl insults, but there's no actual context. Like it would kind of make sense that if you knew the person and they just disliked you, and so they just try to hit you with whatever your biggest weakness is or whatever. But sometimes there's better angels. I think a lot of times. So sometimes you have better angels and you're like, there's a consciousness or something that says, hey, the person kind of has this, life ain't easy for anybody. Give them a break. Don't call them names or make them mad or something like that. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. It's like Dave Chappelle. But controlling words wasn't about controlling people's insults or feelings. What the control of language, in an Orwellian sense, is a control of freedom and liberty and creative expression. So it's people, elites, corporations, governments want to shut down, freedom of expression in the First Amendment because they fear it. Because if you have the freedom to speak, you have the freedom to criticize. You have the freedom to judge. So that's what leaders and elites want to take away from the people, is the ability to be measured, to be judged. They don't want the public getting together and having a referendum on their leadership. They just want to be able to steal and pillage and get wealthy and be unimpeded by real democracy, as it were. Real representative government. So I said they always do it. They always take away freedoms and liberties. Governments do, from men and women, and from human beings, because they always say, in the name of protecting the children. So they try to protect people against like bad words or something. They want to classify people, like Google Alphabet Corporation, YouTube. It's like you have violated community guidelines because white straight males are not in the same category as lesbians or something. So they want to create some liberal hierarchy where straight white males are at the bottom of the hierarchy instead of in the middle or at the top. So I was like, what is this hierarchical system where white straight males are at the bottom and everybody else is elevated above that? I'm like, well, that's not good for... It's not just bad for straight white males. I think it's bad to have a hierarchium that's dictated by big tech or big business, big government, where they decide how people, based on their ethnicity and sexual orientation, how they're ranked in society. And what privileges they get based on their rank. What's up? Yeah, we're doing the Presidence tonight. Yeah, sorry, I got one beer tonight. The 3 beers was a little bit too intense on Saturday. So that was the Dracula, the Count Druncula version. That was bad. Really. It kind of, went off the rails, like kind of comically, but on the other hand, it was kind of not my finest hours, that's for sure. And some of it was, it's still funny, to me, some of the songs, some of the conversations, but also, kind of went off the rails on the end. So it's still hilarious, being drunk, trying to learn Japanese and stuff like that is still funny, but it's, kind of like ridiculous as well. We're doing Abraham Drinkin. Hey, Maria Gonzalez. Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. I appreciate that. That sounds like more like a Stark. That sounds like more like an Arabic scale. So the Arabic tones are mostly Stark because you're not supposed to have fun in Islam. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Hello. $8.49. Yeah, but I should put a 240 limit on myself because once you go past that 240, once you go to that third 40, you know, that's when kind of like the cops get called and all that stuff. Yeah, that's when you start crying. Listen, yeah, I know, like crying to Kate Bush songs. I know that wasn't the most masculine thing a guy could do, but that David Gilmour, that guitar always gets me. That David Gilmour, that Pink Floyd guitar, it always has. That David Gilmour guitar that Kate Bush singing. That just always, like, if I add booze to Kate Bush music and Pink Floyd music, it's over for me. I'm just like crying, you know. That's really bad for me to do. Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah. Oh damn. Yeah. I try to avoid the feds and the fuzz and all that. Well, the feds are coming around because there's like you know, there's neighbors that are like you don't know where they're from that live next door. So thank you. So these feds came, these really gnarly looking dudes came knocking on the door, you know, really fit, really aggressive, and we didn't answer the door because we were like, who the fuck, you know, who are these people? And like they're real serious looking, but they weren't saying open up, it's the feds. It was immigration, and because some Africans moved next door, and I don't know where they're from. I don't know if they're from Haiti or Nigeria or whatever. I'm not racist. I'm just saying, like, I don't know where these people are from is the problem, really. It's not really it's not a problem of skin color. It's a problem like who the fuck, why is there tons of black people showing up? Yeah. Yeah. So, and then the feds came back again, and there was like a white dude. He looked like Jeremy Renner from like the Avengers and the Hurt Locker. Yeah. Oh yeah. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, man. I mean, it's not like these people aren't violent or anything. They're not. I mean, I don't know if they're selling drugs. I don't know if they're on welfare. I don't know if they're just, you know, I don't know if they're sucking off the system on the you know, people working and they're getting taxpayer, you know, money because they're, you know, I have no idea what's going on over there. But I'm saying, that's kind of the problem. I don't know if there's like people in a house in the neighborhood and I don't know who they are, and there's like 5 people, and you know, it's just kind of like. It's like, where do these people come from and shit, and why is there feds everywhere, and you know, it's just kind of like neighbors start to ask questions after a while, and we certainly we're certainly our interest is piqued, as it were. We're like yeah, but I mean, they're chill. They just smoke sweets and listen to rap and African music, and they don't really do anything. I mean, they don't do any. They just walk their dogs. You'd be surprised how much trouble even the most normal people seem to raise. Yeah. No, I almost died because the African guy was because it was a nice afternoon in Houston, Texas. You know, spring is dawning, and he was on the patio, but he was listening to YouTube videos, and he was listening to the same YouTube video that I would watch about how do you escape quicksand, and it made me laugh because I remember because he was listening to the same video. How would you escape? How would you escape quicksand? And that just killed me that he was listening to the same video on YouTube. You know that I watched before. How do you survive quicksand? Yeah, so the guys had immigration, and they got me and my mom, and they were like, "Have you seen these people?" And I was like, "Yeah, they look familiar." Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I don't. I mean, these people aren't really annoying or violent, or you know, they don't play rap music and gangbang all night. You know, it's not like I hear gunshots and there's people fighting and there's cops over here. You know, it's not like they're not like troublemakers. Actually, it's like if they are illegal, they're trying to hide. They're not really. They're not. If they are illegal aliens, they're trying to hide. They're not trying to advertise themselves because I mean the feds have already visited what 2 or 3 times. So, but I don't know what. Yeah, the thing is for me is like I don't know like who these people are. Is like the problem. Yeah, that's just the issue here. Yeah, I mean, I guess they're not in jail. They're not getting deported either because maybe there's ICE backlogs. Maybe there's immigration backlogs, and they're hunting down more serious criminals. Maybe sometimes if there's some illegal aliens and they're just chilling on welfare, smoking some ganja. Maybe they don't you know fucking. Maybe if they're paying taxes, maybe if some of the illegal aliens have a job and they're like paying taxes, like the feds don't bust them as hard or something. You know what I mean? Like maybe there's like different. You know, maybe there's only so many like resources in ICE and the feds, and they had to allocate resources depending on the need of you know what I mean? Like there's only so much shit that the system is designed to handle, and so it has to allocate resources to combat more serious incursions into the United States, more serious like you know Chinese communist. Virus labs in Las Vegas and people getting sick from like a Chinese communist, you know, viral attack, and they don't really have time to deal with illegal Nigerians or Haitians smoking weed and just fucking listening to African music and shit. Like they don't have time for that kind of shit. You know, like maybe they do have a you know tier priority system. Like okay, these people are real bad. We need to get these people deported. And then it's like, then the people that are lower down on the rung, they're still illegal. They're still breaking the law, but they're not going to get deported because they're like way down on the threat level. Or you know what I'm saying? So, like the least of the bad boys. So they're still criminals, but they're not going to get deported or raided yet because they're not committing any crimes except for the crime of wanting to be in the United States. So realistically speaking, who would want to be in Africa? Even if you're African, you'd probably want to be in the USA. Just saying. I don't, you know. I mean, I'm not saying that's. I'm not pro-immigration. You know, I think we should limit that. We should cap that. I think we should deport the criminals and illegals. Yeah, it's too many. So, but from the world's perspective, I know why people are trying to take Texas. I know why they're trying to take America, because the land of the free, the home of the brave, baby. It's the land of plenty, amber waves of grain and purple mountain majesties. Of course, people want to take the United States. Yeah. I don't have any beef with colored people. People that are not my people. It's just, yeah, I mean, it has to be legal. So there can't be illegal immigration or illegal invasions of America. That's not good. So, but we'll see. I mean, I don't know if the feds are going to raid next door or whatever. I hope I don't wake up at 4 a.m. FBI, ICE, put your hands up. I hope I don't wake up in the morning for that, but I mean, it could happen. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is that these people shouldn't be here. So it's like, what up, Hans VR, virtual reality. Yeah, it's not racist or beef to want people to follow the laws. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Oh, thank you. That was kind of funny that the feds. Oh, thanks. Oh, yeah, the yeast infection. Yeah. No, it was. Sorry, sometimes I get into a vibe groove and I don't finish the thought or the sentence, and I'm kind of like, well, I didn't finish that idea, and I'm like, oh crap. But that's a great pun, the yeast infection. Love that one. My mom said she doesn't like war movies. And she said she didn't like Platoon, but I love Platoon. I actually love Platoon. And I think I liked Platoon ever since I was a little kid. Oliver Stone and Platoon and Charlie Sheen and Willem Dafoe, Tom Berenger, that cool black dude that I can't remember his name right now, but cool black dude. Now, growing up in the 1980s, when I saw the the Vietnam War movies, you know, they were often pretty horrible. Yeah. Yeah. Not focus on a rich lifestyle. Well, it's that people. Okay, so some people say, well, if you don't make a lot of money, then you don't care about your family, and then other people say, well, if you don't care about riches, then you have a happier life. So it's kind of like, you know, people have different, pretty strong opinions on that. So either Andrew Tate's like, well, if you're not making. Yeah. Needle in the camel's eye, right? That's an old saying. That's true. On one of my thoughts on ICE deporting people who are immigrants that did nothing wrong. Well, I mean, like, if I just showed up in France from Texas, from America, and I said, hey, I'm here. What's up? I'm Scotty from America. Yeah, I don't know your language. I don't give a shit. Give me some money. Yeah, I'm an illegal alien in your country. How would they like that? The French people wouldn't be excited about it. If I went to Australia, I said, hey, I'm Scotty from Texas. What's up? Yeah, I'm a legal alien. What's going on? I'm a human being, though. Yeah, I want to be an Aussie. I want to. How are they going to take that? Well, Australians have a very strict. You have to have a certain skill or trade to get into Australia if you're from another country. And so you have to add benefit to that country, to that nation to get in. How would the Chinese communists like it if I showed up and said, hey, I'm from America, baby. What's up? Scotty's here. Woo. I love that whole communism thing. Hey, you got welfare over here? Yeah, give me a place. Maybe a stipend. I'm a foreign national, baby. Woo. Woo. I'm Chinese. Hey, you got that boo goo guy pad? Yeah. You got some good stir fry? Scotty's here, baby. I can bring China to the future. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know how they feel about that. So most countries, they don't really open. I mean, you know, maybe some liberal Europeans. If you have like liberal governance, like, well, the Democrats at first, they would deport like crazy. Barack Hussein Obama famously was deporting shitloads. They call him deporter in chief. He was deporting shitloads of. So it's kind of weird. Illegal aliens are getting deported. So Barack Hussein Obama was called the deporter in chief. So he deported maybe more people than any other president so far, I believe, unless Trump's beating him now. But somehow the Democrats wanted to flood the United States. The liberal global world order got together, and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris flooded the United States with 10 to 12 million illegal aliens and opened the entire borders up. So something changed in the Democrat Party where they didn't want to lose control and power, so they flooded. Should they still get deported if they cross the border illegally? Well, I mean, even if I cross into it, if I cross into a foreign nation, it could be Mexico. I'm still an illegal alien. So if I cross into, if I cross into a foreign nation, arrive at a foreign nation, and I don't have a passport, and I don't have an ID, and there's no reason for me to be there, and I don't have a work visa or a student visa, then I'm illegal in that country. So that's just how it goes, internationally speaking. Yeah, 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 right, right. So there are something called, I know John Lennon with Imagine said there are no countries, there are no nations, and it's kind of cute for the rock stars to do that. Yeah. It's a crime to illegally cross into another country without permission. I mean, this is just the way it is. I mean, I'm not going to run into the Russian Federation. I'm not gonna go into the Russian Federation without a proper passport and a reason. They're gonna question me while I'm there. They're gonna question to see if I'm a spy for Western for America or some shit like that. So I'm going to be questioned if I run into any other country. Like any other country would have some kind of interest to yeah. Now I do believe that the feds. I'm not a Fed lover. I'm not a Federalist lover. I'm not a lover of the federal government or anything like that. I'm not at all. I perfectly understand that the federal government and the intelligence agencies can be weaponized against the public. I fully realize that. If you have a tyrannical or a corrupt government, that the system could get weaponized against citizens. So I perfectly realize that. Sad reality is that if you have the wrong party that gets enough power, or steals power, or hijacks power, then that party, like the Democrat Party, could weaponize the intelligence agencies and the federal agencies to work against American interests. So, weaponize. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Like sympathy for humanity, wanting a better life, and they want to. Yeah. Like I mean, like I totally understand what you're talking about. Like everybody wants to go to America. Everybody wants to go to Texas. I get it. Like the whole world, they don't have the same freedoms. They don't have the same resources. I understand everybody wants to come here, but. So I'm not saying that your point is invalid. I totally understand that perspective, and I respect that. But as I said before, national sovereignty and laws must be followed. However, and if the people really want to become Americans, and they can just go through the rigmarole legally and learn English and learn American history and customs and go through the whole song and dance of it. Hey, Ty, 191. Hello. Yeah, so everybody wants legal immigration, not illegal immigration, not crazy invasions. Well, I mean, like, foreigner would also mean alien, right? So if I went to China, they would call me a foreigner in their own language. So it's just a language thing. They don't call me, oh, another human has entered. They're not like aliens. So it's not like if I invaded Russia, they'd say, oh, a human being has entered. they would call me. They would say I'm American from Texas, and then they'd send me to the gulag to go get starved. And Vladimir Putin's agents would beat me to death to try to get information about the United States. So that's what would happen. I'd get sent to a work gulag. They wouldn't feed me, and then I'd look like a skeleton until I was questioned and beaten to death by the fucking KGB and the Russian Federation. So the terms are there because, well, in Mexico and Latin America, we're called white people, or European people are called gringos, or Americans are called gringos. So obviously there's racist and ethnic and national terminology. And illegal aliens. Yeah, why is that term? Because someone has violated the law, so that makes them illegal. They call them aliens. They could call them illegal foreigners. Obviously, I know aliens is like supposed to be like what, like extraterrestrial. I know it sounds like silly. Oh yeah. Illegal aliens. Well, I mean, I don't call them like freedom-seeking persons, or I don't use like newspeak. I don't try to call it for what it is. I don't try to make nice speech. I don't call them like freedom-seeking persons, or I call them I could call them illegal aliens. I just use the classic parlance. I don't really try to change it. I'm not trying to, it's. Maybe some people don't understand, parlance or nuance. Maybe they don't understand sovereignty and national borders. Maybe they don't understand nation states. Maybe they don't understand these things. And so they're confused of why people have borders and people have laws, and that could be the case. Maybe not everybody understands geopolitics. Maybe not everybody understands the human race, or maybe nobody understands much of anything. You have to be educated of what it is. So even I don't have I might be a savant, but I don't know everything because I'm not God. So only God knows everything. God only knows, like Brian Wilson from the Beach Boys. So as much as I can absorb, as much as I can espouse, I'm still not God. Yeah. I don't really believe in the simplistic view that why are you deporting people? That's meanie head. I'm not 3 years old. So when I was like 4 years old, I might say like, why is that person being mean to that other person? What a meanie head. And I might, but there's no context because I'm a little kid. I don't understand why people are not getting along, or whatever. I'm like, why is that teenage boy trying to fight his dad, and why is he getting his nose broken? I have no idea because I'm like 5 years old. But when I got older, I go, oh, okay. There's like male conflict because they're trying to act like they're lions in the jungle, and all the men are trying to act like they're badasses, so they're in conflict with one another. So then I'm like, well, then I kind of realized what's going on. But when I'm a kid, I'm like, why is that happening? That doesn't make any sense. Right. So from a childish perspective, nothing really makes any sense. But from an adult perspective, then things don't necessarily make sense, but they make more sense if you think about, the details. So, when you get older, then you realize why the teenage son is rebelling against his father and why they're breaking each other's noses and breaking everything, because it's a power struggle between who's the dominant alpha dog in the male hierarchy, who's the Lion King, as Dr. Jordan Peterson would say, who is, Simba and Mustafa and Scar, like they're fighting over the kingdom, so that makes sense. So it's ugly fighting over the kingdom, but people are going to fight for the kingdom and fight each other over control of the kingdom. So, that's just it. It is what it is. But when you're a little kid and you have a, elementary view of the world, it's like, why are people mean and stuff? Why are people meanies? I know that's a liberal philosophy. Why don't people just come together and have a love and all these things? And I guess my friend said it best. He said, we were like the biggest liberals. And he said, as we get older, we become more and more conservative. And I guess the real struggle for us is that everybody has to get old and die. But number two is we don't want to sacrifice the creativity of liberalism for dogmatism of conservatism. So, we have to make a compromise. Like artistically, we don't have to compromise. We don't have to have conservative art, but we have to have conservative lives. So that is the truth. As people get older, they realize that they have to have structure, and the structure can lead to pathways of creativity and new innovations. So it wasn't that conservatism was damnation. It was that conservatism was a structure that could lead to liberty, and conservatism was a way to lead to liberation for people. So it wasn't necessarily a rigid structure that could not be forged, or that you couldn't create new things within that particular context or construct. But people are trying to make me feel sympathy for foreign nationals. But on one hand, I do. But on the other hand, it does seem like a nasty invasion or a political power grab that most American citizens will not tolerate. We will not tolerate our homes being invaded by Haitians or Somalians or Africans or Nigerians or third worlders or Russians, even white people. We won't have our country invaded by fucking Chinese and communists and socialists. We just won't have it. We're not going to have it. And they're going to try their hardest to do it, but we're not going to accept that. So the thing is, the thing about my mom saying that she doesn't like Platoon and she doesn't like Saving Private Ryan is that those men died in World War II to defend Western civilization. And Saving Private Ryan is a chronicle of that. So Twee Anh Lee, my coworker at the movie theater, when Saving Private came out when I was 18 in 1998, at the AMC Willowbrook 10, we had an employee screening. We were watching it together. We weren't fresh. She was kind of a fat, dumpy girl. She wasn't like the girl that's like, she's not like the sexy Asian girl that's like Tia Carrere, and she wasn't like some Playboy model or something. She was like some fat Asian girl, some fat, dumpy girl. Like, no, I was not very excited. But, her sexual prospects. But she was a cool chick. Twee Anh Lee. I always remember her name. Twee Anh Lee from South Korea, right? South Korean American. And, her parents were from Korea. And I always like that. I always like these Koreans. You know, they have the porcelain skin and everything. Aren't these Koreans? Are some of these people whiter than white people? I think some of these people are whiter than white people. To be honest, I thought I was white, but I'm not. I'm not as white as some of these porcelain Koreans. These people are like porcelain dolls. And so Thuy Lee is like next to me. Yeah, they call us white. We're not even white. We're not real white people. So they just call us white because we're like vanilla shade or some shit like that. And so we watched the Saving Private Ryan, and the opening is the attack on Normandy by Allied forces against the German forces, the invasion to liberate France, and on the beach in Normandy 80 or so years ago. And it's violent, and there's a lot of bloodshed, and people are getting, you know, their body mutilated, and their guts are falling out. And I'm like, Thuy Lee's like, this is too violent, and this is disgusting. But that wasn't what I was trying to tell. I was like, this is actually what happened, though. Watch the truth. The truth is going to set you free, because yeah. Oh yeah. That's amazing. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't say that Caucasian people, Western men, are weebos. I know this term. They had this term weebos for Western men who love Japanese women and love Asian women. They call them weebos or something. It's kind of derogatory, like gringos, and it's not cool. But I don't like being called a weebo because I like Asian women. That's like a weebo. It just sounds like a dweebo. It's such a derogatory term, you know. It's just kind of, it's like. So watch Saving Private Ryan, the battle on the beach, the liberation of France. Watch it. How many people died, and what they have the guts and the blood spilling everywhere. And I understand why people don't like watching it. The blood and the guts, the hardships of war. But look at all these people. Look at our grandfathers. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. It looks like he had a real love. This Japanese girl. Sounds like, wow. Yeah, I'm glad I wasn't in the army. Well, no, I'll never, sorry, that's a bad thing to say. That I wish I wasn't in the army, stationed in Japan. But how do you keep your pants on? I mean, all those pretty girls in Japan, it's like, how do you keep your pants on, dude? I mean, it's like, what the hell? Like, I mean, the instructors, the commanders have to probably tell the white guys in Japan, like, don't go on a field trip, you know what I mean? Don't go smell the flowers too much. Like, yeah. Because those women are hot, dude. Dude, you gotta wrap that, I mean, you gotta keep that shit in check, bro. Because those, I mean, well, what happened is, basically, because those two guys raped those women in Japan back in the 90s, then there was a lot of Japanese riots and shit. Cause it's always that one apple that ruins the fucking, you know, it's like, it's always that one motherfucker that ruins everything. You know, you're trying to go to the recess, you're trying to get the bonus at the work, but somebody steals or does some shit and fucks it up for everybody. And that's exactly what they did in Japan. The guys who raped the girls in Japan. Oh yeah. That's true. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're probably like shit faced on sake and they raped some girls. Yeah, that's what probably happened. Yo, yeah, I'm coming. Yeah. What did I do? Oh, I'm sorry too. I'm coming out. All right, sorry about that. I didn't mean to upset you, lady. To lady. I love you too.
Oh, you just to go back out?
Yeah, I'm gonna go right now before everything closes down. All right, love y'all. I'll be back, to lady.
I bet Bella is ground and,
Oh, they're fighting over your love.
yeah, but also finally Bella ground and
Uh-huh.
get on the bed. So,
Oh, yeah, yeah. All right, love you too, lady. I'll be back.
okay.
I'll be back. It's cold. Yeah, it's kind of weird, but it's cold. It's cold for a Texan anyway, maybe not for a Russian. Fuck. So most of the warlords, imperial dictators that try to take over Russia, historically they weren't able to because it's too fucking cold. Looks like an e-scooter. Dude, I swear to God, like one day we're gonna be like, you're gonna be walking in society and there's gonna be a fucking robot, but it's gonna do like incredible shit, like a Terminator or RoboCop, and people are gonna be like, what the fuck? I know people can't even believe their eyes now, but hey, we got a eeny, meeny, meow, meow, nice bikini. Ooh, there you go. Hey, what's up, brother? How you doing? Oh, sorry, brother. You got the bulletproof glass up. Ugh. Whew. Is it more dangerous around here, or it's just general protection? No. Oh, okay. $8. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
God bless. A good night, sir. Oh, thank you. Yes. If I win that kind of booty, then I'd buy a lot of products. What kind of product? Product. Sugar Daddy. Very interesting product. I was kind of interested in their ramen selection here. It looks like standard ramen. But it's not exotic ramen like Korean or Japanese. I guess I'll have to go to a big ramen store. Yes, I've seen the udon and the ramen videos. I'm kind of interested in. I know, what's this obsession with Japan? I don't know where it comes from. I guess it's probably because it's is it the 30th anniversary of Fat Ladies? That's nice. I'm glad that Fat Ladies are still going strong in 2026. I'm just joking. Or is 30 like the BMI? Or okay, never mind. I'm glad that Fat Ladies are continuing to sing. Here as we So maybe it's just like the language is daunting to Westerners and English speakers. So it's kind of a challenge to Westerners, I think. That's why Westerners are so obsessed with Japanese culture. But they also produce a lot of great anime and video games and a lot of other content. So as well. But the obsession is not purely sexual, I don't think. You know, not entirely. There's different components to the obsession, to the mania, you know. So you got an ancient culture with ancient language, and it's not that the English language is not ancient, but it's not ancient in the old world form necessarily. Hey, did you just have a smoke?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. No, I didn't. Yeah, I just got one beer. I already had one.
So you had your third one.
No. I bought a beer earlier. I bought Lotto now. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I got the lot. I got the tickets because it's
Why didn't you
700,000.
wait until I got back? So you already had the money.
I already had a beer. I saved the money.
Oh.
You gave me 15, about 3 beers, which are 12 on Saturday. And there was $3 left over, so I got $3.77.
And then I gave you money tonight.
Yeah. What? But the $700,000.
But now you don't have no more beer, and I don't have no more money to give you.
Yeah, but $700,000.
Oh, God.
What? It's $700,000? What? Mom, if you have $700,000, you're all good. Aaron?
No. You don't keep spending money if you don't go gambling, if you don't have to, you want to drink.
Yeah, but $700,000. You could open your own brewery if you had that kind of money.
No, that.
Logically speaking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna bring it.
Okay.
Yeah, no. My bad. Well, you should have waited and bought your beer now because I bought the schnapps. I don't have no more money for beer. Okay. No, that's the problem. You start drinking and then you want more beer and there's no more money for beer. Not when you're drunk, you don't know that. Anyway, I hate it. I can't believe there's not one route you can take where you're not on a ring doorbell or when I went outside to smoke just now, I heard Vicky cough. So, but the safest way is to cut through by the pool. Right?
Yeah, but I mean, that was
No, not in front of the motorcycle guys.
yeah.
Beside the pool, the fence, come the back, you know, because you can't come to the street over here, there's a can, right? And it whistles. You can't walk over by June's and those new people because they've got the spotlight and the camera.
Yeah, it's like George Orwell.
And then
Yeah.
I think she has a ring doorbell. I think the
Yeah.
redheaded lady has a doorbell.
Oh yeah.
Julie was like, I think y'all need to get a doorbell. And I said, well, no, I've got two on. I'm not worried about it. I said, no, so I think we're on camera and everything of everybody else's house. Right?
Yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely. What? You're so. Oh yeah, yeah, and have privacy, right? Exactly. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. And there were no drones back in the day, so you can have people spying you from a drone, and they're not even the fucking government.
Hey, put shots in.
No, I put that to the line.
No.
No, they're still putting them.
You did that. You did that live.
Look at the,
No, you used the shot glass.
no, I already have the ice. I already had the ice.
You used the shot glass.
Yeah, it's under.
You did.
It's under the
I saw
line.
you three pouring.
Alright. I'm sorry. My apology.
And you don't have ice. And you're.
Right. Oh. Yo. Oh, chainsaw. Yeah, some of the anime. Yeah. Now, to be fair, when I was born and raised in America, I didn't care about the Japanese. I didn't care about but I was playing Nintendo in 1985. That's from Japan. So I didn't know that. I thought Nintendo was, a word. And also, I didn't even know it was from Japan. And they had Nintendo of America. So the thing was saying they had different divisions. Nintendo of Europe, Nintendo of America, Nintendo of Japan. So it was like when I was a kid, I thought, I don't know where this come from, but I love it, So, yeah. Until I got older, I didn't know where all this stuff was produced. And then I got older, and it was like Japan. I was like, oh, that's where a lot of the electronics, a lot of the great video games and anime come from. It's like, but at first I didn't know. And then at first I wasn't a big Japanese fan, right? Like at first you're in American history class and you're like, we had to drop nuclear bombs on the Japanese in World War II because they were trying to take over the world, and they bombed us at Pearl Harbor December 7th, 1941, tried to take out the American naval fleet. And these guys are fucking evil. And Imperial Japan is really evil, and they're doing Bhutan death marches, and they're attacking Chiang Kai-shek, who should have defeated Mao Zedong. They defeated most of the forces of Chiang Kai-shek, which allowed the Chinese Communist Party to come to power in China and threaten the entire world. So the Japanese aren't looking that great, historically speaking. They're looking like they're fucking up the world, And so, but after Oppenheimer and the Manhattan Project, and after World War II, and thousands of Japanese people were bombed into. Some of the people weren't just bombed through nuclear bombs with Hiroshima and Nagasaki. They actually have where some of the people are actually vaporized. So you're not even a being anymore. You're not even a human. You are fucking vaporized. Your shadow is enshrined by fire. It's called vaporization. The nuclear strength of the weapon is so intense that it incinerates your body. And so you had all these strange scenes in Nagasaki and Hiroshima where these people are incinerated with the nuclear weapons, and there's nothing left except a shadow of their existence. It's a incinerated shadow. That's very disturbing. And so, yeah. Well, so the United States military projections were that since the Japanese Empire believed in their emperor was a immortal god, that they wouldn't surrender under any circumstances. They would fight to the very last man or woman and child, and they would die for their emperor. Now, most realistic societies know that, like, I know Trump's a man, and he has a dick and a balls, and he has a heart with 4 chambers, just like I do, and he has a brain with 2 hemispheres. All right, he's a human being. Most people know their leaders are human beings. Most people know that their leaders take a shit and they take a piss. They eat and they walk and they, have thyroid problems, or they get cancer, or they get diabetes, or they fucking get arthritis or whatever. They're human beings, right? They're weak. Most people could generally agree that most human beings are weak and mortal and the same, at least structurally speaking. So, but not all civilizations and governments have believed this. Their leaders, they believed Emperor Hirohito was part God, that he was an eternal being. So they kept fighting and fighting out of religious belief, not out of logistic belief. The Japanese in World War II fought because they believed that their leader was a god, and Emperor Hirohito. So they fought for him to the death. So the United States military apparatus realized that we can't fight people that believe in an emperor god. Like, that's like fighting Emperor Palpatine from fucking Star Wars. There's no way we're gonna get out undamaged from this. This is gonna kill a lot of people. So that's why Albert Einstein, Adolf Hitler could have developed nuclear weaponry, but Einstein was a Jew. If he had treated the Jews better, the Nazis would have developed the nuclear weapons first. But since he hated Jews, or anybody called Stein, all the Steins were sent to concentration camps, or they were or they fled before Hitler was able to enslave them into his. I mean, basically, if Einstein hadn't fled, Hitler would have enslaved Einstein to make him build weapons of mass destruction and atomic weapons to control the world, to make it a Nazi ideology. I know, this is scary stuff. Men that try to control the world. Yes, you have men like me that don't try to control the world because we don't believe in control. That doesn't mean that that's not 85% of the rest of humanity. I'm a rare 1%er, not in my elite wealth status, but because I don't care about conquering the earth. But the other 99.9%, or 98%, 99%, well, they're different. They're of different stuff. They don't believe in non-control or non-decentralization of power or influence. They don't believe in that. They don't believe in freedom or liberty or justice for all. They don't believe in the U.S. Constitution. They don't believe in free people and free men and women. They don't believe in that at all. They believe in total, totalitarian, authoritarian control, communism, socialism, Marxism. They don't care about fucking freedom and liberty and non-control. They could give 5 shits less about that. They don't stand on principle. They stand on power. So power is not a principle. Power is a greedy aspiration, but it's not a real religious principle. Not really. So, like most Axis powers, they were punished in the wake of World War II. Famously, the United States and the Soviet Union split Germany in two to East and West Berlin, sharing spheres of influence in that Cold War against the communists, the socialists of the Soviet Union, which fell in 1991 when I was 11 years old. So Italy got off the easiest, as Professor Victor David Hansen said, because once they realized they couldn't win, they just joined the Allies and hoped. And the Italians just murdered Mussolini and his wife, and they just strung him up like Saddam Hussein in Iraq, and they just... Yeah, I saw the video, what they did to him, the bloody head and everything. Yeah, it was pretty graphic, of course. Yeah, the Italians were like, oh, fuck that. Yeah, we were led astray by the Axis powers and Adolf Hitler. And so what they did was they just killed Mussolini. Now, the strangest part about Mussolini is that his granddaughter, or his great-granddaughter, is the head. Meloni is a descendant of Mussolini. Yeah, that hot Italian chick that's in control of Italy right now, that's a descendant. She's related to Mussolini. Bizarrely. But, Italian politics is bizarre, obviously. It's a pretty wild place, Italy, just generally speaking. So, but that Meloni. Oh, I do the joke when I do the close-up on Meloni. I say, oh, I'd like to see her Meloni's. Yeah. She's like the Italian... Beverly D'Angelo from Beverly D'Angelo. D'Angelo, she's Italian too. Man, these Italian chicks are so fucking hot, man. But would you like to see her Meloni's? I bet you would. Oh yeah, Meloni is like hotter than Madonna, but not as hot as like Isabella Rossellini, or like she's really hot, but she's not as ugly as Madonna. I think the leader, Meloni, who's a descendant, a relation to Mussolini, she's really attractive, actually. But why the Italian people would allow a descendant or relative of Mussolini to attain power in Italy is beyond me, But, as I said before, Italian politics, I mean, what are you going to do? It was like, that would be like if Americans, I don't know, like got a Confederate descendant as their leader, it'd be fucking ridiculous, right? If they got Robert E. Lee's descendants of the insurrection, the rebellion against the American Union, that would be fucked up. But somehow in Italy, they got a descendant, a relative of Mussolini, who was dragged to death along with his wife at the end of World War II. They were strung up and beat to death, and their corpses were paraded upon, very much like Saddam Hussein and Muammar Gaddafi. And so it was a very disturbing scene. Yeah, you can watch the video online in the history of World War II. It's very disturbing, but it's, the end of World War II is the consequence. But as Professor of History, Emeritus from California, Victor Davis Hansen remarks, is that the Italians got off easy because they capitulated fast and they admitted they were wrong, and they repented fast to the Americans and the Western allies. So that's why they got off so easy. Otherwise, they would have had a hard knocks life like the Germans did in Japan. So, which brings us to the last of the Axis powers, Japan. How did they get off? 2 nuclear weapons detonated, 80,000 people killed in thermonuclear hellfire. Okay, 60,000, Nagasaki and Hiroshima. So over, 140,000 people dead in nuclear atomic fire. How did the Japanese get off in World War II? They didn't get off easy, that's for sure. And so... Now, Asian cultures are honor-based and the warrior-like. To be defeated is a humility. Dishonor is worse than death. So somebody loses in America or France, people just laugh at them. Hey, you're a loser. And they laugh. Okay? It's a joke. It's like... it's like stepbrothers. Like, oh, these guys are losers. They live at their dad's. And they're jack-offs, and they play Pac-Man, and they jack off. These guys are losers. It's funny. Ha, 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 ha. Wayne's World, look, it's losers. And in Western civilization, it's funny. Right? So being a loser is funny in America or Europe or Western civilization. Or it's funny, misfits and losers and rebels. That shit's hilarious. Even in fucking Australia. That shit's hilarious. You know? But... is losing really that funny in Asian civilizations? Japan, honor-based cultures, China, Malaysia, Philippines. They don't find failure funny, okay? At not even, maybe, if they're smoking weed, maybe the youth thinks it's funny, failure, fucking up. But in all reality, Asian cultures do not find failure to be hilarious. They think it's a disgrace. In fact, being defeated in anything is a dishonor. So that's the warrior. The warrior ethos is defeat is dishonorable. And it's like a religious curse with Christians where they believe in the sins of the father transfer onto the son or the daughters, and it's like the family house. It's honor-based culture is the Asian culture. It's very serious. So yeah, the Japanese navigated. The Japanese made an admission, and they made a real admission at the end of World War II. They realized that there's no such thing as a God King. So they made a lot of progress as a culture because they didn't believe that there was an Emperor God King. So they had gone beyond Egyptians. They had gone beyond the Vatican and the Pope. They no longer believed that there were emissaries to God. And they had gone beyond... militant jihadi terrorists. They finally admitted that there's no such thing as an immortal man god. And so their civilization rebounded despite its hardship, and they started to flourish in a connection with Western business. And it wasn't so much capitulation, but it was a realization that there is not a God emperor, and we should never follow anybody who claims. So it was more of an epiphany than a surrender, in my view. So Japanese culture grew from its ancient beliefs in God kings and God emperors, and it joined the modern age along the rest of the world, and it flourished, and it's still flourishing now. It's had a period of stagnation, but it's mostly flourishing. It's mostly getting stronger with its relationship. Growing, budding affiliation with the West, and greater economic power, greater relations. They have a female Japanese president. It's progressive. it's the economy. An island nation can stagnate. If Japan was a massive country, they would never hardly ever stagnate, because an island nation like the UK or the Philippines or Japan could stagnate because it's small, and so it doesn't have as much manufacturing and resource power. But I still believe in the cultural and the military and the I still believe in the Japanese people's character and strength, and I will not ever question that as they have advanced so admirably in the modern age. So, at first we're taught in U.S. history that the Japanese are the villains, and then you realize how much they have changed, and then you start really getting into their culture and the directors, Hayao Miyazaki and Akira Kurosawa. And you start analyzing their. So my friend would have me watch all the Japanese films, and Tokyo Story, The Seventh Samurai, The Hidden Fortress. We watched Spirited Away, and Princess Mononoke, and then it was very clear that this country, these people, had a lot to say. Yeah. So it was, you know, and I didn't really ever stop my love. I wasn't called a weebo or a dweebo. It's not like when I see Asian girls in America, I just go, oh, and I just become a fucking simp or something. It's just like I do really have an obsession now. I didn't before. I didn't have an obsession. I didn't really love Japan before, but I think over time, exposed to the language, exposed to the people, exposed to the culture, exposed to the different films, exposed to the different artists. I do feel a lot changed now, where I wasn't in that particular mind space before. Yeah, I can have a smoke. Yeah, I'm gonna go in the office. Yeah. 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 President's Day. Yeah. Yeah, no, I checked Friday, Saturday. I didn't drink because the storm was coming through. I'm afraid it was a knock at the power. Yeah. Yeah, because today's President's Day. But old people were trying to check the mail. But I didn't tell. The old man was going.
Guess what I did? But I wasn't here Friday.
It was old guys.
Post office before I did. No, but I didn't check it Friday or Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
So that's good.
Yeah. No, I mean, if you didn't check it the whole weekend, but but I felt like, but I didn't feel like being a bum and say, hey, it's President's Day, old man. He was like,
The banks and the.
was like, hey, it's President's Day. There's no mail. I wasn't trying to be a butthole. I just sort of was like, I didn't say anything because I thought maybe there's mail we didn't check the Thursday or Friday or Saturday. So that's what. Right. Maybe sometimes he didn't, but I didn't feel like saying, hey, it's President's Day. There's no mail. I mean, because he was like, oh, yeah, so I didn't feel like saying shit.
Would you go downstairs and get the pack of cigarettes?
Yeah.
And the gray lighter?
Okay, never mind. Yeah. No, I didn't. Oh, dude, I might have help.
Oh, they didn't help, but she just scratched herself. It's okay, I'm gonna have to take her to the doctor. No? No? I said, it's okay though. She's scratching because her ear was irritated.
Oh,
She
yeah.
might have an ear infection. But I swear to God, if I go there again, they say there's no ear infection, I'm gonna be upset.
Oh, Lord.
You didn't get blood pressure?
No, I wouldn't be able to.
Oh, no.
Okay, thanks.
No, I thought you were bringing both up.
No, you need the light right here?
No, I got a lighter.
Oh, okay.
bought one.
Oh, thank you.
I found a big lighter, which is like a dinosaur.
Yeah, that's nice. So, yeah. There's an Atari. Shit, I don't see it's right. Psychedelic Western. Can't remember what the fuck. Wow. Is it called J-pop? What's their names? It's Atari good shit. Fuck. There it is. Atari Yashika Koi. There it is. That's my girlfriend. Yeah, that's the best one. Yeah. I wasn't sub to this. It's like basically a soft porn. What the fuck is Okay. The choreography 2 years ago. You need to stop watching this, it's bad for you. This is unhealthy for a guy to watch this all the time. That's Suzuka. Oh, yeah. Just a lot of attitude. It's really good, really good music, huh? Is blue in Japanese? Is it blue? I didn't think it would be the same word as in English. Oh, okay. Well, anyways. Music of Asia. Is that a Warataka-san? That's a new season, Shisato Moritaka, from Japan. That's from the 1980s. So, very amazing period in Japanese cultural music. So from England, going for the one, Lugano Jazz Festival, 2004. Yes. What's up? That's a great legendary bassist from England called Chris Squire of Yes, fame. One of the greatest bassists ever. That's John Anderson, lead singer of Yes. One, two. That's Steve Howe. I saw him at the Houston Hotel Four Seasons when I went to a Yes concert in 2011. That's before Chris Squire died. Being young stands no longer than the grass sees. Chase so hard, only for the one. That's Rick Wakeman, legendary pianist. Seeing all your sense of fear diminish. Your collection, only misconception. The one. Listen to life. Twilight. Love this song. That's a steel guitar. Right. More like a country kind of thing. Quick to the story in my head. Sing to idle fields. Listen to life. Water to wine. Rocking, rolling. To life. Rocking, rolling. Now.
We know you love the fun of sitting in a Parisian cafe or exploring the beautiful city of Rome.
Our members go fairly well. You've had no defections from the Republican right to trouble you. As to what you promised, where the hell are the commissioners?
Oh my God, it's true. You lied to me, Mr. Lincoln. You evaded my request for a denial that there is a Confederate peace offer because there is one. We are absolutely guaranteed to lose the whole thing.
We don't need a goddamn abolition amendment. Leave the Constitution alone.
The peace commissioners up here today.
State by state commissioners.
I can't listen to this anymore. I can't accomplish a goddamn thing of any human meaning or worth until we cure ourselves of slavery and end this pestilential war. And whether any of you or anyone else knows it, I know I need this. This amendment is that cure. We've stepped out upon the world stage now, with the fate of human dignity in our hands. blood's been spilled to afford us this moment now. And you grousel and heckle and dodge about like petty fucking tammany hole hucksters. See what is before you. See the here and now. That's the hardest thing. The only thing that counts. Abolishing slavery by constitutional provision settles the fate for all coming time. Not only of the millions now in bondage, but of unborn millions to come. 2 votes stand in its way. These votes must be procured.
We need 2 yeses, 3 abstentions, or 4 yeses and 1 more abstention, and the amendment will pass.
You got night and a day and a night, several perfectly good hours. Now get the hell out of here and get him.
Yes. But how?
Buzzard's cuts. I am the President of the United States of America, clothed in immense power. You will procure me these votes.
Colonel knew folks hated Mondays, so he made sure Tuesdays were finger-licking good with 8 pieces of juicy...
I have no legal basis for that discussion. I don't want to deal falsely. The northern states will ratify most of them. As I figured, remains for 2 of the southern states to do the same, even after all are readmitted. And I've been working on that.
Tennessee and Louisiana.
Arkansas, too, most likely. It'll be ratified. Slavery, sir. It's done. If we submit ourselves to law, Alex, even submit to losing freedoms, the freedom to oppress, for instance, we may discover other freedoms previously unknown to us. But you kept faith with democratic process, as frustrating as that can be.
Come, sir. Spare us at least these pieties. Did you defeat us with ballots?
How have you held your union together? Through democracy. How many hundreds of thousands have died during your administration? Your union serves bonded in cannon fire and death.
That may be all right. But say all we've done is show the world that democracy isn't chaos. That there is a great invisible strength in a people's union. See, we've shown that a people can endure awful sacrifice and yet cohere. Mightn't that save at least the idea of democracy to aspire to? Eventually to become worthy of? At all rates, whatever may be proven by blood and sacrifice must have been proved by now. Shall we stop this bleeding?
Fourscore and 7 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation, or any nation so conceived and so dedicated, can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield of that war. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place for those who here gave their lives that that nation might live. It is altogether fitting and proper that we should do this. But in a larger sense, we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hallow this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who struggled here have consecrated it, far above our poor power to add or detract. The world will little note, nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here. It is for us, the living, rather, to be dedicated here to the unfinished work which they who fought here have thus far so nobly advanced. It is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion. That we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain. That this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people,
By
the people,
and for the people,
shall not perish from the earth.
You're listening to Great Speeches in History. To see a full listing of the podcasts provided by Learn Out Loud, please visit us at www.learnoutloud.com/podcast.
George Washington's Farewell Address, September 19, 1796. This speech was delivered by George Washington at the end of his second term of President of the United States. The address remains a benchmark in establishing American republicanism, foreign affairs policy, and national morality. The period for a new election of a citizen to administer the executive government of the United States being not far distant, and the time actually arrived when your thoughts must be employed in designating the person who is to be clothed with that important trust, it appears to me proper, especially as it may conduce to a more distant expression of the public voice, that I should now apprise you of the resolution I have formed to decline being considered among the number of those out of whom a choice is to be made. I beg you at the same time to do me the justice to be assured that this resolution has not been taken without a strict regard to all the considerations appertaining to the relation which binds a dutiful citizen to his country, and that in withdrawing the tender of service, which silence in my situation might imply, I am influenced by no diminution of zeal for your future interest, no deficiency of grateful respect for your past kindness, but am supported by a full conviction that the step is compatible with both. The acceptance of and continuance hitherto in the office to which your suffrages have twice called me have been a uniform sacrifice of inclination to the opinion of duty and to a deference for what appeared to be your desire. I constantly hoped that it would have been much earlier in my power, consistently with motives which I was not at liberty to disregard, to return to that retirement from which I had been reluctantly drawn. The strength of my inclination to do this, previous to the last election, had even led to the preparation of an address to declare it to you. But mature reflection on the then perplexed and critical posture of our affairs with foreign nations, and the unanimous advice of persons entitled to my confidence impelled me to abandon the idea. I rejoice that the state of your concerns, external as well as internal, and am persuaded whatever partiality may be retained for my services, that in the present circumstances of our country you will not disapprove my determination to retire. In looking forward to the moment which is intended to terminate the career of my public life, my feelings do not permit me to suspend the deep acknowledgement of that debt of gratitude which I owe to my beloved country for the many honors it has conferred upon me. Still more for the steadfast confidence with which it has supported me, and for the opportunities I have thence enjoyed of manifesting my inviolable attachment by services faithful and persevering, though in usefulness unequal to my zeal. If benefits have resulted to our country from these services, let it always be remembered to your praise, and as an instructive example in our annals, that under circumstances in which the passions, agitated in every direction, were liable to mislead, amid appearances sometimes dubious, vicissitudes of fortune often discouraging, in situations in which not unfrequently want of success has countenanced the spirit of criticism, the constancy of your support was the essential prop of the efforts and a guarantee of the plans by which they were effected.
President's Day, so we're gonna do President's Day stuff. So not so much. I did a little Japanese stuff, but it was we had to come back to the President's Day stuff for Abraham Lincoln and George Washington. So at that particular point, we get back to it. So get a USB port to keep the stream going. Yeah. I guess some people forget history because they think history is, I don't think what happened in the past is inconsequential to what happens in the present or the future. So there's an idea that maybe looking at the past is not consequential to the present and the future. But to me, all time is linked. All people are linked. So I don't really see it that way, that the past is inconsequential to the present or the future. So I believe all time, space is linked. Everything is linked together. Everything is a chain in the quantum, in the experience of God and the quantum experience. I think every chain is linked. Everything is tied together like a tapestry. And so to me, it's not that I view history as I watch history, or I read history, or I go to school to study history. I can see how everything connects to each other, into the present and the future. So I don't look at it as, okay, the past is done, that doesn't matter. So I never believed that the past doesn't matter. Because if the past didn't matter, then the present and the future would never occur. So that's not just a historian's perspective. That's not just a scholar's perspective of archaeology or history or anthropology. That is a perspective of science as well. It's not arbitrary. The past has consequences. The past has consequences on the present and the future. So if I smoke crack tonight, if I smoke a big bowl of crack, then the next day I'll be jonesing from crack. You know, it would be if I did something in the past, it's going to go on to the present, to the future. So therefore, there would be a consequence to the past and the present and the future are linked. Are you sad about Granny or something? You're sad about Granny that she's going to pass away? Here's how I feel about Granny. I think she's a beautiful person. So. Yeah. Yeah. Well, is she part Irish or what? So Irish people don't give up, do they? She is part Irish, right? No, wait, Rawlinson is her mother? Who's her father? What's her father's name? Oh, who's her mother's maiden name? No. You don't remember your mother's maiden name? What? Silly. You don't remember your father's maiden name? The father's...
Edward Rawlinson, the maiden name. I don't know.
And...
I'm sorry, but back then, funky shit happened and people didn't talk about it.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
There was no records.
Okay.
Can't blame me for not knowing.
Well, I know my mother and father are and all
Yeah.
the family names.
Yes.
But in the past, they didn't have any good records.
Right.
So, my granny texts her, I'm Rawlinson. Yeah, Granny texts her, I'm Rawlinson. So, who is Rawlinson?
It has to be her true father.
And the mother's maiden name, we don't know that is.
I don't know. I don't remember.
Alright.
And I don't like being questioned on the spot right
I'm
now.
sorry. No, I
I could probably figure it out, but not be questioned on the spot.
I'm not
This would be all.
Alright, I'm sorry. family.
She showed, I don't remember. This is like one of the first or second times or third times we went to Lawton. Anyway, we went to her and her husband's house. It was his younger sister. You know how things are. If somebody's an ass, that doesn't mean the rest of the family is.
Right.
Okay? She showed us photo albums and everything. It was her and her husband. And then old, you know, I mean, mom was like 60 or 57, 60. Well, they
No,
were,
what I'm trying to get to is if there's Rawlinson, who's the other family? Who's the other?
I don't remember what her father's name was.
Is it from Ireland or England or where's it from? I was just wondering. Oh, all right, that's fine. Well, there's no way I can find out even with the family.
No, you could do a family tree or something.
Yeah, I probably have to pay for it.
Yeah.
I'd like to know who the ancient family of your mother
I
is.
can ask mom what her father's name was. I don't remember. She told me years
You'll do
ago.
it?
Yeah. Okay.
Just please ask her.
Yeah.
Just
I'm
before she
telling you.
dies.
Yeah. Yeah. But I'm telling you. She
Her
told
father
me-
was excommunicated
When I was
because he
like,
was a
no,
drunk.
no, when I was like 30 years old or 25 years old, when we went to, first time we went to a law school, she told me what her dad's last name was.
Okay.
And then she wanted to find her.
It's from Ireland or where's it from?
I don't know.
It's England or Ireland or from America or something.
I don't know.
I know we're not German.
Her sister lived in Law.
Yeah. I think it's probably Irish or English. I don't think it's German.
I think they're more Cherokee Indian.
Do you think
I think they're all from Oklahoma. I'm not talking about,
Rawlinson the Wheelers? You're talking about?
I'm talking
Oh.
about locally, Oklahoma.
Yeah. Oh, you think they're Native American? Sure.
Or part of mom's family was half Cherokee.
Like the Sims or Cherokee, like me?
Maybe not that.
They're all related?
No.
No way. No, what I'm saying
Just because somebody's Cherokee doesn't mean that if they're from Oklahoma.
is, yeah,
Doesn't mean they're
no,
the
but,
same tribe.
right, I know it's not the same tribe, but you're saying that Granny has a tribe.
No.
Then where's Crystal? What is her dad? She's tribe. So she's from Oklahoma and the tribe.
I think mom met a soldier. He either was Italian, but I think he's.
Yeah, but Cher was from like Slovenia or something. Cher was from like Romania.
No, she wasn't.
Cher was from Czechoslovakia or
No,
something.
she wasn't.
Yes, she was.
Her mom was white and blonde.
No, Cher's, no, she has, Cher, Mom, she is,
She has Indian. Her father was fucking Indian.
okay.
She's not from Czechoslovakia or whatever. Look up where
She's
she
from
was.
Slovenia.
No.
Czechoslovakia,
Show me.
okay, I'll show you where she's from. Okay.
Where was Cher?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you that Cher's from Romania. Dude, she's from Czechoslovakia, dog.
No.
Yes,
You're
she
talking about ancestry shit.
No,
I'm talking
I'm
about.
telling you, that's Cher.
No, she was.
Dude, Cher
She
is,
was fucking born in LA or something.
no.
Oh yeah.
No, she wasn't. Look, watch. Boom. Cheryl Sarkinsian. She's from fucking,
California.
no, she's
Yeah,
not.
that's what it said.
Cherokee descent, Armenia.
That's down the line. That's fucking
Dude,
shit.
she's Armenian. English.
Where was she born? Where was she
Now,
fucking
Central
born?
California.
That's
But
what-
look, Cherokee, Armenian. Look, Cherokee. Mom, I'm telling you, she's Cherokee, dude.
I know that.
I'm Cherokee.
And her mother had a fucking affair and had a marry with somebody that was fucking Cherokee or something.
But I'm saying,
But she's lying.
she's Armenian, bro.
That's from her mother's side.
Yeah. But Cherokee. English, German, Cherokee.
She didn't go to an Indian.
I told you.
Her mother didn't go to a fucking Indian reservation. and get knocked up.
Right,
That's what I'm trying to fucking tell
Are
you.
you saying that Granny went to Indian reservation got knocked over person?
No!
Okay.
I'm talking about
Yeah.
whatchamacallit.
Yeah.
What do you call it?
Oh, Granny's.
Ancestor.com.
Oh, yeah.
See, you're saying she's Armenian. I'm gonna tell you something. She was born in fucking California.
Yeah, that's true.
And
That's
her
true.
mother
Yeah.
married or had an
A
affair.
Cherokee dude.
He probably wasn't full Cherokee.
Yeah.
And she publicized on
Right.
that shit.
Oh,
She
yeah.
was tall and tender and high.
Yeah.
Hollywood made up all that
Probably
shit.
made up all the Cherokee and
All
the
that
Indian-
shit.
All the Indian shit. Yeah.
She might have had some,
Yeah.
everybody has fucking Indian in their ass.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh,
Yeah, that's true.
I'm sorry. I just
Yeah,
get
you're right.
aggravated.
Oh, did I make you mad?
No, I just get
Yeah, okay.
aggravated.
That people try to, if they're from German and English, and say, "Oh, I'm part Cherokee." You think you're saying everybody's part Indian. So what the fuck?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's
So
kind
you're
of
like, everybody's Irish
yeah,
or everybody's Indian
or
like,
English.
Like, why do you do it?
Yeah. And everybody's black because they originated from
No, everybody came from.
Africa.
Everybody didn't come from Africa.
Oh, yeah,
man.
they did.
Yeah, man.
Oh, yeah, they did. I can guarantee you there's a nigger in the wood pile from everybody. And I'm not trying to be rude.
Yeah, yeah. You're saying I'm black?
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying everybody originated from Israel and Africa.
Yeah, but.
Their ancestors. Their ancestors. Do you understand that? Down the line, down the line, down the line. Ancestors. That's
Yeah,
what.
but the fertile crescent of humans is not Africa, though. We're not black. We're not even Egyptian, dude. What? No, I don't believe that one. That's
I don't believe that any of our ancestors were white Caucasian. I don't believe that. They were from different origins.
You were thinking we're African monkeys?
No,
What the hell?
I didn't say monkeys.
Okay.
I said everyone. If you read the Bible, you read the history.
Yeah,
of
the
world.
Bible comes from the Fertile Crescent. That's from Israel. That's from Mesopotamia. That's not from Africa.
No.
African people are black. We're not black.
Right.
How are we black?
We're not. I'm just saying.
Jews are not black.
Hey,
Christians are not
hey,
black.
all-
Arabs are not
hey,
black.
All the mixed breeding.
Yeah. But
That's
we're
what
not.
I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
but we're not black.
No, but there could be. It's been
Yeah.
bred out of us. I mean, I'm talking about at the beginning of.
Yeah. I
There
feel
was
it.
So much inbreeding and everything
Oh,
in
yeah.
different cultures that nobody knows what
Yeah.
they really were.
That's
where
real.
they came from.
Yep. You got it right. Yep. I understand that. Alright. Hell no, nigga. What the hell?
You are an absolute angel. True love.
To la bula. Well, I do the best I can. I'm not the best at it. Well, I just was like, there was a sore, and so I called you. I was like, what's going on? Yeah. I'm sorry, when I need help, I'm going to call on family. So, yeah, I don't want two of them to get hurt, so I called you. Yeah. Bang, bang. Alright. Hey, I love you too.
Like I said, I don't know. I think Rawlinson is Mom's mother's name.
Yeah.
And years ago, when I was his sister, after he died,
Are their dads Indian like us?
huh?
Are their dads Indian?
What?
Is her dad?
Her dad had died years ago.
Is her dad English or Native American?
We don't know. No.
Okay.
No.
All right. Fine.
She used to say that he was half Indian
Okay.
because to cover for Crystal, which is a lie.
Yeah.
You know, like I said, there was a nigger in the woodpile.
Yeah. But it wasn't a black guy. You're saying it was an Indian guy.
Crystal was not dark complected because her dad was.
Well, just because she was dark complected.
And no, I know what happened.
Okay.
My dad.
Okay.
She got pregnant with me, and
Yeah.
he was killed. And Granny Inez and Paul came and Granny Inez and Paul brought me to Houston at their house on whatchamacallit. And then my dad came. He went in the army at Fort Sill, and then he went to Germany, and then he was killed.
Yeah.
And then
What the German base that he was stationed at was called Rammstein?
he went to Germany and came home. He was killed off I-10 at a fucking loser bar.
Yeah, but the German station, the army base is called Rammstein, right?
I don't know. I have a photo album. That's all.
Okay. So he wasn't. Was he stationed at Rammstein?
And I have a
That's what I'm saying.
that he folded in a picture.
Okay.
It's a real true lie, poorly clothed.
Was grandfather at Rammstein?
I have no idea. I don't know.
Okay.
All I have is some pictures in a photo album.
All right. I just want to know if he was at Rammstein. That's it.
No.
Okay.
Good Lord, how many times do I have to fucking say that? I don't know. There's no he didn't write shit and say, oh, this is where I'm at.
Like I'm at Rammstein, German Air Base.
No.
Okay.
He didn't say that.
All right.
And he was in the army. Why would he be at the air base?
Yeah. Well, the Rammstein is the German U.S. Air Base, so I thought he would be there.
Well,
Okay.
he could be in an air base.
Okay. All
But
right.
he was in the army.
He wasn't at an air base because he was in the army.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So he's not at the air base because he's in not the Air Force. He's in the army.
Marine, or he wasn't in the Navy. It's army. But anyway, he came back and got killed.
Yeah.
Shot in a loser bar off I-10, and then
He was trying to fight.
hospital where Nathan was born and where he was pronounced dead.
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
I'm sorry, I just get pissed off.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
I'm
Soldier.
just glad I have the photo albums
Yeah. Oh yeah.
of it.
Yeah. He had a great smile. My grandfather, didn't he?
But also too, they were black and white photos.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in Germany and France, he looked to be having a ball.
Yeah. And
I mean,
also, too,
a fucking ball.
Mom's and her siblings is kind of a mystery because
Yeah.
after her mom and her mom's aunts and uncles are all dead, and then her mom's mother and father in Lawton, me and Julie tried to find birth certificates and where they came from, and we can't.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Like I said, from maybe the 70s back, you can't find shit.
Okay.
There's no ancestry.com.
Yeah. So the question is, do I prefer be called Scott Allen Wheeler or Shield Claw or whatever?
When Mom was maybe my age, she was trying to find out, and they were saying like, she thought they came from Louisiana, or that's where her grandmother met her grandpa, but they couldn't find a birth certificate on her grandmother, and
Okay.
Back then, people used to just give up kids and give them to people who needed help on their farms, to work the farms.
Yeah, I got it.
And there was no records.
Okay. Yep. So I want to be Phenomeninja or Scott or Alan. I could be Alan. I could be Wheeler. I could be whoever. Yeah, what is my preferred name? I guess most people who on a first name basis, they call me Scott. When I say something serious, they say Scott. They say Scott. Scott, we got a problem, Scott. They call me Scott. So my first name is called Scott. So that's most people. Some people, they call me Wheeler. They go, Wheeler, Wheeler, Wheeler. Okay, so most people don't call me my middle name, which is Alan. So most people don't call me Phenomeninja. That's my superhero name, I guess. So that's my joke name, my channel name. Yeah, they call me Scotty, boy. They call me Scott or Scotty. Beat me up, Scotty. Yeah. Yeah, if somebody's trying to talk to me on a personal level, they call me Scott or Scotty. That's what most people try to do. So, that's my first name, so they'll try to do that. They want to have impact. They'll call me Scott. Scotty. Scotty. Some people, they do it. They're like, Scotty. Scotty, baby. It's stuff, it's like, Scott, baby. I don't know, they do all that. So, some people cut. Beat me up, Scotty. Texas. Yeah, Houston, Texas. Yeah. Yeah, I was born in Houston, Texas, and I don't care if I die in Houston, Texas. I love Texas. I mean, I don't want to die, but it's probably where I'm going to die. I love this swamp. I love this. I always have love this place. So, yeah, I've been to Washington D.C. I've been to Arkansas. I've been to Boston. I've been to New York. I've been to all these other places. Ancestor thing. Yeah. Cherokee Indian from Oklahoma. I guess it's Wheeler is English and Irish, but Wheeler is mostly English, but then it went over to Ireland in the 1500s. So, I'm not pure Irish, but that's. I'm still part. Most people are still part Irish, but yeah, but we're mostly English. How long does it take to make my breakfast usually? I got to get the. When I'm making the breakfast, I got to get the meats going. I got to get the bacon and the sausage, and then. Yeah, hey, don't worry, I'm gonna help out Bamboo. Oh, I love it. Oh, it's okay. So the first thing you got to get when you do the breakfast, you got to get the bacon or the sausage going. After that, maybe I get some potatoes. Just saying it's an Irish thing, but you got to get the potatoes, the hash browns rolling, and then after that you got to get the eggs. And so usually you get the eggs going from the grease of the bacon or the sausage. So how long does it take? Well, it takes a minute, I guess, as the expression goes. So. But I mean, the breakfast creation process is a process. Yeah, I worked at a lot of corporate cafes, a lot of cafes. Well, what I like to do is saute the rat. But first, I got to get the rat. I got to capture it, and I got to slaughter it, and then I have to dismember the protein. So then after that, I have to fry it up before. No, I don't really eat rat, so. And okay, so. And fungi. Well, we already tried that fungi. Me and my friends tried to get high from mushrooms, and we went to a cow field. Ketchup or mustard? Ketchup or mustard? I guess I'm a big ketchup lover, especially with French fries, potatoes, but mustard is kind of my thing. I love mustard. I always add mustard. So most of my dips add mustard. I always squeeze most burgers, most everything. So mustard and ketchup I rock. But I don't do. I've seen people add ketchup to grits and stuff like that. I don't do that. Only potato. So I don't. A lot of people make ketchup. They do nasty things with ketchup. They do grits with ketchup, or they put ketchup in their eggs. I'm not really like that kind of dude. But, I mean, you know what I mean. If somebody does mayonnaise or ketchup on their eggs or their fries. Yeah, LSD back in the day. Oh, yeah, definitely. It was, me and my friend got some weed, but we didn't know it was laced with LSD. And what happened was we bought the weed, or we acquired the weed, me and my friends in high school, and we smoked the weed or whatever happened, and we had a conversation. What is the best movie we could watch? I'm a big Star Trek fan, so I said, let's watch Star Trek First Contact with the Borg and the cyborg battles and shit. We said, oh man, that'd be great. And my friend said, oh yeah, that's a good idea. And then what happened was the LSD kicked in, and we were watching Star Trek First Contact, and we realized we started to go into the movie, and we started to go to Earth, like we were floating above Earth in the cyborg battles. And I was like, oh shit, did you see that? Well, at first what happened was we saw Sir Patrick Stewart's head, and it was we could see it like three-dimensionally, and we were like, oh shit. Like this weed is this is LSD. Like this is psychedelic. Like we realized immediately we were under the influence of psychedelic compound. And then we were floating in space in the movie. And I was like, dude, we're not supposed to be in the movie. We're on some pretty heavy drugs, bro. And my friend agreed with me, like, what the fuck? And we're flying in the cyborg battle in Star Trek First Contact. And it was like, it was awesome, but it was, it was very scary because we're not supposed to be in outer space when we do a drug. So we knew that the marijuana was, so we knew the weed was, had I felt really in the movie. Yeah, we felt like we were in Star Trek First Contact. We flew into the battle like we were outside of Earth. We were floating around. And I was looking at my friend and I was like, dude, we shouldn't be this fucking high, And he was like, yeah, I know. This is crazy. I think somebody spiked our weed. And I was like, yeah, I know. We're on LSD, right? Because this is fucking, yeah, we're on LSD, bro. We are fucking on a new plane. And I was like, dude, yeah. So it was more frightening than anything, to be honest.
Scott,
Yeah.
don't worry about the trash.
Oh, you want me to get it in the morning?
No, don't worry about it. We'll do it first.
Okay, let's go.
You said there's only 2 bags in there?
Yeah, that's 2 bags.
We'll be right on.
Okay. Well, I think that marijuana bag was laced with LSD, and so I don't think it was. It wasn't like marijuana. It was like it was some shit like it was like usually you smoke marijuana, you laugh, and you're like fucking like usually it's there's certain effects to it, but this one was psychedelic, and we were in movies and we were in TV shows. This one was weirder because it was more crazy, and we were jumping into movies and stuff. Like it was like we shouldn't be in outer space, and so I was like, oh shit! Like most of the time you smoke regular weed, you're just like have a laugh, or you time slows down, or there's different effects. This time we were just, I mean, it was LSD, it was lysergic acid, it was laced, it was with angel dust. This shit was, it wasn't like, now typically with weed, typically with marijuana, I get a girl naked, she sucks my dick, and then I eat some fucking, I do enhanced pleasurement. So typically if I do marijuana, time slows down. I had this excellent experience of time slowing down. I listen to music, I chill. Maybe if there's a girl around, we, fuck around or something, have some sex. Maybe if there's no girl, I just eat fucking, some chicken, and I get the munchies, and it's like a normal experience. This was not a normal marijuana experience. This was ultra laced shit. And so it wasn't like, normally if I smoke weed with girls, you get naked, you have some sex, you fuck around, you have a laugh. This was way different. This was way more intense. It's like you're watching Star Trek and you're flying through the universes and shit. This was way different. This was this shit was laced with some LSD. This shit was laced with drugs. Really hardcore psychedelic drugs. So whatever we bought that time made us fly into different universes, and it was kind of scary, but it's kind of funny to think. I mean, I'll never forget doing that. I mean, I never forget a girl sucking my dick after she smoked a joint, but I'll never forget flying into a fucking different universe while I was fucking ripped off LSD weed. You know what I mean? So it was kind of scary, actually. It's scary to be on psychedelics because, psychedelic shit. If I'm doing regular marijuana, I remember my grandma bought the KFC. And I ate 5 pieces of chicken. I thought that was so funny. Like the next day when I was sober, I I remember thinking it was so funny. Oh man, I ate 5 pieces of KFC while I was ripped. I thought it was the most, hilarious shit. Like that I was on Bud, and I don't know why I thought it. Honestly, it's not that funny to eat an entire bucket of KFC while you're fucking stoned, but you get really bad munchies. Yeah, and but at the same time, I thought, oh, this is hilarious. Like, being stoned is, like, hilarious. Yeah, I know it's really dangerous to be stoned, but it's like, it's so fucking hilarious, man. Like, and, one night I got ripped, and I went to the Whataburger. I got ripped off some Bud. I went to the Whataburger, and I remember driving, and I heard Cake playing, and I was so ripped, and I went to go order my food at the Whataburger, and the teenagers knew I was stoned, and they're all laughing at me, but I thought it was so funny. Like, it was so funny. They're like, the guy's fucking stoned. You know what? And they're laughing. All these teenage kids are laughing at me, man, because they know I'm fucking stoned. So, will I stream tomorrow? Yeah, I'll stream tomorrow. Yeah. This is just the President's Day. Tomorrow is Fat Tuesday. And so, yeah, I'll probably stream tomorrow. I can't say what the topic's going to be. I can't say what the music's going to be. I can't say anything's going to be concrete. But yeah, I'll probably stream it out tomorrow. I don't do psychedelics. Me and my friend jumped a Texas cattle field, and we were trying to get mushrooms from cow shit. And we jumped a fence in North Houston, and we ran, and we got the fucking mushrooms. I always remember this, that we tried to get the mushrooms and brew it into tea, so we get a psychedelic mushroom tea. And it didn't work. And so you got to be, the thing about the mushrooms, you got to be really careful, because the mushrooms aren't always safe. So a lot of them are poison. And so if you go out there, you don't know what you're doing, you could fucking die, is really what it is. Oh, yeah. Yeah. When we were young, we would do anything to get psychedelic highs. And me and my friends would do anything. And some guy read on the internet, if you go to a cow field and get the cow shit with the mushrooms, that if you got those mushrooms from the cow shit, from the cow dump, that you could get really fucking blown. But it's really dangerous to fuck around with fungi and mushrooms, because you have no idea whether it's poisonous or whatever. So it's like, unless you know what you're doing with the mushrooms and psychedelics, you could actually get poisoned. You could die. So it was really stupid to fuck around with cow shit. And we tried to fuck around with the cow shit, with the mushrooms, with the fungi, and it was kind of a bad result, actually. So. Well, what's the
Profoundly penetrated with this idea, I shall carry it with me to my grave, as a strong incitement to unceasing vows that heaven may continue to you the choicest tokens of its beneficence, that your union and brotherly affection may be perpetual, that the free constitution, which is the work of your hands, may be sacredly maintained, that its administration in every department may be stamped with wisdom and virtue, that in fine, the happiness of the people of these states
under the auspices of liberty, may be made complete by so careful a preservation and so prudent a use of this blessing, as will acquire to them the glory of recommending it to the applause, the affection, and adoption of every nation which is yet a stranger to it. Here perhaps I ought to stop, but a solicitude for your welfare which cannot end but with my life, and the apprehension of a danger natural to that solicitude, urge me on an occasion like the present to offer to your solemn contemplation and to recommend to your frequent review some sentiments which are the result of much reflection, of no inconsiderable observation, and which appear to me all important to the permanency of your felicity as a people. These will be offered to you with the more freedom as you can only see in them the disinterested warnings of a parting friend who can possibly have no personal motive to bias his counsel. Nor can I forget, as an encouragement to it, your indulgent reception of my sentiments on a former and not dissimilar occasion. Interwoven as is the love of liberty with every ligament of your hearts, no recommendation of mine is necessary to fortify or confirm the attachment. The unity of government which constitutes you one people is also now dear to you. It is justly so, for it is a main pillar in the edifice of your real independence, the support of your tranquility at home, your peace abroad, of your safety, of your prosperity, of that very liberty which you so highly prize. But as it is easy to foresee that from different causes and from different quarters much pains will be taken, many artifices employed, to weaken in your minds the conviction of this truth, as this is the point in your political fortress, against which the batteries of internal and external enemies will be most constantly and actively, though often covertly and insidiously, directed. It is of infinite moment that you should
Boston, 1765. Lately, life in the colonies has been relatively tranquil. Certainly it has for Thomas Hutchinson. A fifth-generation Bostonian, Hutchinson has enjoyed good fortune and political success. The king has appointed him Chief Justice and Lieutenant Governor of Massachusetts. For years, Thomas Hutchinson has been one of the colony's most admired citizens. Until now. Hutchinson's life is about to take a dramatic and ugly turn. An angry mob is surging through Boston. Hutchinson is about to find out that he's the man they're after. He's the man in charge of the intolerable new policies imposed on the colonies by their British rulers. Tax policies that have incited an increasingly violent rebellion among the people. A rebellion against a tax imposed not by their own local representatives, but by Parliament 3,000 miles away in England. Lieutenant Governor Hutchinson is duty-bound to enforce this controversial new tax. Though he personally opposes it, he is being denounced as a traitor. Massachusetts has never seen a mob as violent as this. They're not just angry about the money, they're angry at the assault on their autonomy by English rulers who neither know them nor represent them. The revolt spreads like an epidemic through all 13 colonies. It's hard to imagine that the fallout from this tax will ignite a social revolution unlike any.
Yeah, I'll play my music or more music songs. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there can always be more songs, always be more music. I'm not really like.
England's King George III is losing his patience. His colonies are acting like petulant children. These are his subjects, Englishmen, born in America, but Englishmen just the same. He is their ruler, and it's because of them that his empire is going broke.
Sure, I could make more songs, more videos, more
He sent
music.
British
Yeah,
troops
I
across
could do
the
that.
ocean to defend
That's
the
true.
colonies against French settlers and their Indian allies. The war went on for 7 years, and it cost England £60 million, money it now desperately needs.
There's a sense that after the 7 Years' War, that America ought to pay its way a little bit. That expenses to protect North America should in part be raised in North America.
Parliament's solution is unprecedented. The Stamp Act of 1765 directly taxes colonies by having them pay for stamps that must be affixed to virtually every piece of paper they touch. From official documents to playing cards. It goes badly from the start. The colonists resent not only paying the tax, but also having it imposed by a faraway parliament where no one represents them. Though the Crown appoints colonial governors and high officials, each colony is long accustomed to ruling itself and levying its own taxes.
The Americans believed that over 150 years of being colonists, they had in a sense created a nation within the British Empire. They had free assemblies, democratically elected. They had free and independent and very good newspapers. They had their own tax system.
It wasn't just paying a little bit of money. The notion was that other people were making you pay money. So it's an emotional issue. Who's in control here? We want to control our own lives, which includes, of course, our own pocketbooks.
In 1765, a new generation of colonists is rushing headlong down an uncharted path to an unknown end, and the Stamp Act is what starts it.
Much of the spirit, if not the exact words, is, don't you see what they're up to? Don't you see what's going on? There's a strategy at work here to gradually erode American liberties. If you let them do this, what will they try to do next?
For the British, the tax isn't about eroding liberties, it's about money. Stoking the colonial reaction is a powerful underground movement known as the Sons of Liberty. They meet secretly in taverns across the colonies and come up with every tactic they can to keep government officials from collecting England's tax.
People really started forming alliances between kind of street theater, street gangs, and merchants and artisans, and figuring out ways to all work towards the common cause, which is to repeal the Stamp Act.
Soon enough, things begin to get ugly. Intimidation is a favorite weapon. Those who remain loyal to the king, known as loyalists or Tories, often find themselves terrorized by these self-anointed patriots.
They often use very dramatic techniques, tar and feathering, for instance. This is a great way to humiliate people. First, you're stripped naked. The bucket of tar is heated, and you're coated with tar. And then they put these feathers, these goose feathers, all over you, and you're all hot. You're branching about like a silly goose. After a display like this, how is this person going to publicly oppose the patriot position?
A loyalist printer in New York City publishes a loyalist newspaper, and they come in and smash his printing press, while they are also proclaiming free speech as a principle to fight for. That's the nature of war and the nature of revolution.
While the angry rabble takes to the streets, men of property and education use printing presses and politics to denounce the Stamp Act tax. One of the most outspoken is 29-year-old John Adams, a bright, ambitious attorney who brings logic and intellect to this very emotional argument. He drafts anti-tax resolutions for some 40 Massachusetts assemblies.
We have always understood it to be a grand and fundamental principle of the English Constitution
that no free man should be subject to any tax to which he has not given his own consent. John Adams.
Adams has always envisioned great things for himself, and the cause of liberty presents the opportunity of a lifetime. His wife, Abigail, is his trusted confidant and partner in all things, great and small.
I think it's hard to overestimate the importance of Abigail Adams. I mean, not only is she more than an equal partner to her husband, but she comes to this contest with really perfectly formed ideas about which she feels passionately. She's an enormous influence on her husband.
One day, these two will be counted among the founders of the new nation. For now, John Adams is one of many voices of protest in a Stamp Act rebellion.
Yeah, in terms of
all 13
making guitar videos. Yeah, I'll do that.
Down in Virginia,
any mode, any level, any. It doesn't matter what the complexity is. Yeah, I'll try to do
The
that.
inhabitants of this colony
So thank
are
you
not bound to yield
for
obedience to
requesting
any
that.
law or ordinance designed to impose any taxation whatsoever other than the laws of their own General Assembly. Patrick Henry.
In other words, no taxation without
That representation.
Henry's Virginia resolves become a radical touchstone for all the colonies.
Yeah. I'll do the best I can to make
3,000 miles away,
guitar videos.
Another important player in
Music
colonial
videos that
drama,
are
America's
of good
Benjamin
quality.
Franklin,
Great quality.
is doing what he
If
does
I can.
best: playing chess, flirting with a pretty young thing, and keeping an eye on developments for his countrymen.
Franklin becomes the point man, that he is the man in England who is there essentially trying to hammer out some kind of compromise on issues of taxation with the crown.
At 59, Franklin is the most famous American in the world. He has spent the better part of 2 decades in England as a trade representative and the colony's unofficial ambassador, wooing and wowing a London society with his wit and wisdom. This is the Philadelphia printer and writer who created Poor Richard's Almanac, the colony's best-selling annual, rich with homespun advice.
Early to
He is
bed,
a
early
scientist
to
who famously
rise.
flew a kite to experiment with electricity, who invented the lightning rod and the bifocal. A self-made man who went from lowly apprentice to wealthy entrepreneur, Franklin is the embodiment of what it means to be an American. Yet he adores England, the mother country, and especially London.
He's absolutely in his element. This is where the great center of science is at this point. It's like being in the city as opposed to having been in the country. He's really hit the right group of people. And he's very much, he writes these down as the happiest years of his life.
Now the uprising at home has put Franklin at center stage, a place he generally enjoys. London's baffled politicians come pounding on his door, desperate for a solution to the problem, hoping he can use his considerable influence to bring the colonists to their senses. But it's business, not politics, that settles the matter. The decisive blow is the blow to the British pocketbook.
North American merchants said, well, okay, while the Stamp Act is in place, we're just not going to trade with you. It's a way of getting merchants in England to say, if this is going to ruin business, then the Stamp Act's got to go.
Now England's merchants and bankers are feeling the pinch from the loss of business created by colonial boycotts, and they too start railing against the Stamp Act. The tax crisis has become just too big a headache, and in March 1766, a beleaguered parliament finally repeals the Stamp Act. Unbelievably, the people of the colonies had forced the world's greatest power to back down. The rebel colonists could celebrate their first sweet taste of victory and of power. But the battles are far from over. England still needs the money and still needs to show who's boss. Over the next 4 years, Parliament devises new taxes, which trigger renewed upheaval and end up being repealed. As this seemingly endless cycle continues, England dispatches 2 military regiments to Massachusetts from New York to keep order. adding fuel to the fire. In 1768, 4 more regiments sailed from England on a collision course with America. Boston, 1770. 1,000 British troops occupy this city of 15,000. It is a volatile brood. Boston is an accident waiting to happen. Literally.
Conditions are right. We've got an indigenous population that is very, very sensitive to having British soldiers quartered amongst them. You have all of these British regiments in Boston. This is something that the Bostonians simply chafe under.
Resentment grows against the soldiers in Boston's streets. On the night of March 5th, a band of local patriots heckles a British sentry standing guard at the customs house. At first, they merely hurl insults, but soon they're hurling snowballs, and 8 more soldiers come to the aid of their comrade.
You have a group of men who are egging on British soldiers, looking for ways to kind of stir up a fight. And now they've created the antagonism that they've been trying to gin up.
Hundreds more colonists pour into the street. They launch a barrage of ice, oyster shells, and rocks at the soldiers. The guards panic. Their guns go off.
Shot heard around the world.
When it's over, 5 civilians lay dead on the frozen street.
It was a tragically predictable sort of event. It's one of those situations in which the soldiers that are there to impose order are actually that seed of discontent that's going to produce disorder.
Within hours of the deadly shootings, the Patriot spin machine roars into high gear. A tragic accident is recast as a murderous crime against the colonial people in what becomes known as the Boston Massacre.
Shot heard around the world.
This was not remotely a massacre. This was a case in which a mob assailed a small detachment of British soldiers, which may have panicked but had very legitimate cause to fear for their well-being.
But that's not how it's portrayed to the outside world. A local silversmith and artisan named Paul Revere renders an exaggerated version of the event.
The red coats are coming, the red coats are coming.
Boston papers are quick to print and distribute Revere's version.
And this becomes the Patriot image of the Boston Massacre, which shows the British lined up in a row, firing their muskets all at once, as if they got the command to fire, which didn't happen that way.
The first to die in the gunfire is a black man, a sailor and runaway slave named Crispus Attucks. He is widely viewed as the first martyr of the American Revolution. In this explosive atmosphere, the public outcry pressures the British to pull their troops out of Boston. The soldiers responsible for the so-called massacre are put on trial for murder, and they are hard-pressed to find an attorney to take their case. Surprisingly, one of Boston's most vocal patriots steps forward, John Adams. Adams is willing to risk everything, his and his family's safety, and his reputation as an ardent advocate of colonial rights. But he believes passionately in the right to a fair trial. Without human rights, the patriot cause isn't worth fighting.
It was one of the best pieces of service I ever rendered. Judgment of death against these soldiers would have been a foul stain upon this country. John Adams.
Adams wins an acquittal for 7 of the soldiers and light sentences for the other 2. Only his unquestioned devotion to the patriot cause keeps him from being branded a traitor. The crisis is resolved, for now. Back in England, the colonial rebellion becomes a national preoccupation. Over the next 3 years, Parliament keeps trying to impose its authority with new laws and new taxes. As each new law inflames the rebellion, it ends up getting repealed. Except for one, a tax on tea.
The principle involved is that Parliament is sovereign, it can pass laws on whatever it wants. So we're gonna just keep this one in place, just because, to assert the fact that we can do this.
The Tea Act puts only a 3-penny tax per pound on the drink of choice.
You would go to war over tea.
It's hardly a burden.
Obviously.
But in the current climate, a 3-penny tax
Because tea is so
still
important to
equals
help.
oppression.
Tea is so important to liberty.
It's all that militant patriots need.
Of course,
to
people would
strike
fight
another
over
blow
tea.
against the empire.
Obviously.
Feathers and coal dust are their weapons. On December 16th, 1773, the Sons of Liberty enlist 50 men to darken their faces, stick feathers in their hair, and arm themselves with hatchets.
The Boston
bad
Tea Party.
impersonation of Mohawk Indians. 5,000 people follow them down to Boston Harbor and watch as they climb aboard a merchant ship loaded with tea from England.
Boston
With British
Tea Party.
soldiers absent since the Boston Massacre, there is no one to stop them. 342 crates of tea worth 10,000 British pounds are cast overboard. This wanton act of sabotage, which becomes known as the
Boston Tea Party.
will soon push the two sides to the brink of war.
The British reaction was disgust and outrage. From a British point of view, you had an entire colony running amok. And the British government, after the Tea Act, frankly said, we've had enough. We've had enough of Massachusetts. We're going to clamp down on them. And we're going to make Massachusetts an example of what happens if you defy the authority of Parliament.
At that very same time, the British discover yet another outrage committed by an American, someone they thought they could trust, Benjamin Franklin. Over a year ago, Franklin was passed a stolen packet of confidential letters written to a British official by Massachusetts Governor Thomas Hutchinson. Ever since Stamp Act rioters tore down Hutchinson's house 9 years earlier, he had tried to juggle serving his king with serving his angry fellow citizens. The letters given to Franklin exposed Hutchinson's true loyalist sympathies.
There must be an abridgment of what are called English liberties. I wish for the good of the colony to see some further restraint of liberty, rather than the connection with the parent state should be broken. Thomas Hutchinson.
Franklin sent the incriminating letters to colonial assemblymen in Massachusetts, who had recently made them public as irrefutable proof of Hutchinson's treachery against the Patriot cause. The reaction in the colonies was torrential. Mobs burned Hutchinson's effigy. The press vilified it. By December, when the Patriot Raiders throw the Boston Tea Party, they have destroyed Hutchinson's long career as a public servant. Within 6 months, Thomas Hutchinson will pack up his family and sail to England. The relentless strife that has set American against American will force this man, long devoted to colonial causes, into exile. Heartbroken, he will never again set foot in his beloved homeland.
Mary, the medicine is back. We'll have a good time. I'll get that trauma down to a science. You got my whole family. Are you not going to say that's real, baby?
Now, in London in January 1774, Benjamin Franklin is summoned to appear before the King's Council. On the heels of the recent looting of the tea in Boston Harbor, Franklin's recently revealed role in the Hutchinson fiasco is more than British officials can tolerate. He must answer for his sins and the sins of his countrymen.
Franklin is dressed down by the Solicitor General of England for a full hour in the strongest possible language, and it's really abusive language, in front of a crowd was going wild at this venomous attack. And Franklin stands stock still in this humiliating moment, head erect, and doesn't say a word for an hour. Many people have dated that as the moment at which Franklin becomes a revolutionary.
Franklin the revolutionary is done with England, and England is done with him. Parliament punishes Massachusetts with a vengeance. It revokes the colony's 80-year-old charter, dissolves its local assemblies, and after a 4-year absence, sends 3,000 troops to reoccupy Boston. The Crown now runs Massachusetts.
These people have been meeting in town meetings for 150 years. When they can no longer decide their own fate, they said, this is the end. People throughout Massachusetts rose up as one and said, no way.
There is no turning back for either side. The tension between the people of Massachusetts and the British troops becomes unbearable. It's only a matter of time before someone fires the shot that will echo around the world. Boston, August 10th, 1774. John Adams is donning a new suit, and if he's not careful, the British will bury him in it. The Patriot leader is heading for a secret meeting in Philadelphia that will change the course of history and could cost him his life. Adams is one of 4 men representing Massachusetts at the First Continental Congress, an unprecedented, and as far as the king is concerned, illegal meeting of delegates from up and down the colonies. 55 delegates of America's best and brightest who gathered to come up with a unified strategy to oppose Britain's increasing encroachment on their liberties. If the king had his way, they would all hang for treason.
That illustrates how strongly they felt that they must take steps to remove themselves from what they saw as the arbitrary power of the British Crown.
Britain has already suspended Massachusetts' constitution and imposed martial law there. The other colonies fear that it's only a matter of time before they all meet the same fate.
Even though these colonies have different economic interests, they have different political histories, they have different populations, they recognize that in our relationship with Britain, we have much in common.
Not all of these people have met each other. Most have heard about each other. Now they're eager to meet each other, see what's going to happen. People know that there's going to be moderates and not so moderates. And there's already kind of little factions forming.
Joining John Adams from Massachusetts is another radical, 37-year-old John Hancock, a wealthy Boston merchant who has been using his considerable fortune to fuel the cause. Pennsylvania has sent a moderate lawyer, John Dickinson, 42, whose widely read essays back in the 60s helped launch the anti-tax movement. From Virginia comes Patrick Henry, the volatile young orator whose Virginia resolves helped stamp out the Stamp Act. And also from Virginia, a wealthy 42-year-old planter and veteran of the 7 Years' War, George Washington.
One of the problems is they all thought of themselves as Pennsylvanians, Rhode Islanders, South Carolinians, much more than they thought of themselves as Americans. Patrick Henry really just electrifies everyone when he says, I am no longer a Virginian, I'm
an American. That's really great.
John Adams says the trick is to get 13 clocks to strike all at the same time, 13 ships to sail in the same formation. It's not easy.
13 conspirators against the crown. Finally, after 2 months of arguing and pontificating, the Congress adjourns with a unified message for England. Until colonial rights are restored, all 13 colonies will halt all trade with Great Britain. Local militias are to arm and stand in readiness.
Morton Building's Building Value Day sales event is running now until the end of February.
customized to fit your needs. Our buildings are...
As one might expect, kings don't do well with ultimatums. No one tells the King of England what to do.
The die is now cast. The colonies must either submit or triumph. I do not wish to come to severer measures, but we must not retreat. I trust they will come to submit.
He makes the assumption that a simple show of force, of military might, will be enough to scare the rebels back to their senses.
Not likely. Certainly not in Boston. The city is a tinderbox waiting to explode. The British have turned it into a virtual police state. They have sealed off Boston Harbor, disbanded the colonial assemblies, and forced locals to house British troops. The man in charge is Commanding General Thomas Gage. His orders are to quash the rebellion. While he has the guns, the rebels have the numbers. He repeatedly asks the Crown for a larger army.
Thomas Gage only has 3,000 soldiers in Boston. He's looking at 5,000 in Worcester County, 4,000 in Plymouth, all over like this. He's looking at this. He says, what am I going to do with my 3,000 people against force like this? He's playing a losing hand. He can't do anything, for which he is called an old woman.
He's very much a man in between. He's a military officer who is charged with a political task for which he's not really equipped to handle.
With Hutchinson's departure, Gage is now Massachusetts governor and commander of an occupying army that no longer faces a small rebellion. It is a population in uprising.
They start smuggling cannons out of Boston, and they start purchasing arms, and the militiamen start training, and they form the Minutemen. They've actually signed associations. I will mobilize on a minute's notice.
This is no longer a skirmish over taxes. The Patriots believe their way of life, their liberty, and their property are at stake. Nothing short of war will settle it. In April 1775, Gage gets orders from England to break the uneasy stalemate. He will send a full force out to the countryside to seize a huge store of rebel ammunition. Unknown to Gage, Parliament, King George, or anyone else, the fate of the British Empire hangs on this decision. April 18th, 1775. British troops are on the march. Colonial militia are arming and stockpiling ammunition for what many fear is an inevitable showdown. British Commander General Thomas Gage has ordered his soldiers to capture a huge hidden store of gunpowder in Concord, a Massachusetts village 20 miles west of Boston.
The British detachment that marched out of Boston, roughly 800 soldiers, march out knowing that the countryside is on the verge of armed action. Once Gage sends that mission out, he really has set into motion a chain of events that is beyond his ability to control.
The British are indeed coming.
The news starts leaking out, and people start mobilizing. They're ready.
Out into the countryside to spread the word goes Paul Revere, whose engraving of the Boston Massacre fanned the flames of outrage 5 years earlier. Poems and school books will one day mythologize Revere's midnight ride as if he were the lone heroic messenger. But in fact, he is just one part of a whole system of communication.
Paul Revere is one of dozens and scores and literally hundreds of messengers going every which way. Bells are ringing, the shots are being fired. So before dawn, hours before dawn, the whole countryside is mobilized and knows what's happening.
They arrange a signal. One lantern light in Boston's Old North Church if the British are coming by land, and two if by boat. British troops row to the Cambridge side of the Charles River, and wade through reeds and thick marshland to begin their overnight march to Concord. At around 1 in the morning at Lexington, Massachusetts, farmers, blacksmiths, and shopkeepers gather to intercept the British at Lexington Green.
Lexington and Concord.
130 civilians, some too old, some too young, most with no formal military experience, stand ready to risk it all against the world's most feared army.
These were men who literally felt under attack. And in fact, they were under attack. The British Army were walking out to seize colonial property, and they felt compelled to defend it.
2 a.m. After an hour of waiting, no sign of the British. The night's chill sends many home. Others choose nearby Buckman's Tavern to await another alarm. Most hoping it will never come. At 4:30 a.m. Drums announce that the British are on their way.
I'm sure the mood on Lexington Green was extremely tense. The best trained, most professional army in the world is bearing down on them. So even though they were fired up with a great sense of injustice, they were probably nervous. And if they weren't, they should have been.
Both sides eye each other suspiciously, both sides not wanting to take a misstep. All of a sudden, a single shot is fired. Nobody knows who fired the shot. After the war investigations, nobody ever found out. As soon as that shot was fired, both sides commenced firing at will, and the American Revolution was on.
In less than 2 minutes, 8 militiamen lay dead, 10 wounded.
It really lit up the newspapers everywhere. Blood had been shed. And there was really no looking back after that.
It will take 6 weeks for the news to reach London. By then, the course is set.
I think there's a recognition in London after Lexington that the battle's been joined, that the chances for preventing this conflict from degenerating into war has just about passed.
The conflict calls Benjamin Franklin home from London. After nearly 20 years in England, he is leaving for good, no longer loyal and no longer welcome. Branded a revolutionary traitor by the British, Franklin will set sail for his Philadelphia home to take a seat in the Continental Congress. A man of peace, he will now have to counsel war as he helps his fellow delegates navigate the new and bloody conflict that threatens to blow America apart. April 19, 1775, Lexington, Massachusetts. For the first time ever, British soldiers and colonial citizens have stood face to face and fired upon each other. 8 colonists lay dead. But it's not over. British continue their advance to get what they came for, the colonial ammunition stored in nearby Concord. Along the way, detachments of redcoats storm into local homes and ransack for weapons. The word spreads, and militia from all over the area rush toward Concord to head off the British. This time, it's the Americans who are coming.
They find not just the Concord militiamen, but all sorts of other militiamen coming and still coming and still coming and still coming.
The British are certain they can swat these militia away like pesky flies, and find that they cannot, that they have encountered hard-fighting men.
The British are badly outnumbered. They are forced to retreat. 16 miles separate them from the safety of Boston. 16 miles. On foot, they are sitting ducks for armed and angry colonials. It is a trauma they won't soon forget.
All the hills on either side of us were covered with roads, so that they kept the road always long and a very hot fire on us, without intermission. Henry de Bernier, British soldier.
"20 hours of constant barrage bring heavy losses to the beleaguered British. 73 dead, 174 wounded, and 26 missing. The Americans suffer 49 killed, with 40 wounded and 5 missing. By the time British soldiers get back to Boston, the colonials have the city surrounded, with militia from neighboring colonies on their way. Gage and his troops are trapped, with their backs to the sea.
The rebels have added insult to outrage. They have possessed the roads and other communications by which the town of Boston was supplied with provisions, and with a preposterous parade of military arrangement, they have effected to hold the army besieged. Thomas Gage.
3 weeks later, on May 10th, 1775, Benjamin Franklin is back home in Philadelphia, just as the Continental Congress is called back into emergency session. The bloodshed in Massachusetts demands a new colonial strategy. Assembling a continental army and complete independence from England are subjects now on the table. The delegates eagerly await the thoughts of their venerated elder statesman, Benjamin Franklin, only to find him unusually quiet and withdrawn. The long voyage from England has made him ill, but it is the short trip he will soon make that troubles Franklin most. Franklin is headed to a confrontation with his only son, 43-year-old William. The rift in the colonies has brought a terrible split between father and son. William Franklin has been New Jersey's royal governor for over a decade, a post granted him by the king, owing in no small part to being Benjamin's son. William is vehemently opposed to the rebellion and unalterably devoted to the king. Now, his father will make one last attempt to win him over to the patriot side. Once they were as close as a father and son could be. It was William who held the kite during his father's famous experiment with lightning. It was William who was his
Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course U.S. History, and today we're going to talk about the United States Constitution. And in doing so, we're going to explore how the American style of government became the envy of the entire world, so much so that everyone else copied us. What's that, Sam? We're not going to talk about other countries stealing our form of government because no other country stole our form of government? That doesn't seem possible, Stan. No, Stan, not that libertage. Cue the intro. So today we're going to learn why the green areas of not America didn't...
Nice. The cable guy and Jeff Foxworthy is. You know what he survived?
Because he
Yeah.
drank and smoked cigars and went to Las Vegas.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
They were trying to be like family oriented
Yeah.
on crap like
That's true.
America's Funniest Video.
Oh yeah. Right.
Copy us. Alright, so as Americans may dimly remember from history classes, the constitutional system we've been living under since 1788, the year of the first presidential election, was not the original American government. The first government set up by the Continental Congress was called the Articles of Confederation, and it was, in a word, bad. In 2 words, it was not good, which is why it only lasted 10 years. The problem with the Confederation is that it wasn't so much a framework for a national government as it was a firm league of friendship, which unfortunately only sounds like a team of Care Bear superheroes. The Articles set up a government that consisted of a one-house body of delegates, with each state having a single vote, who, acting collectively, could make decisions on certain issues that affected all the states. There was no president and no judiciary. You can try to tell me that John Hanson, the president of the Congress, was the first American president, but it's just not true. Any decision required 9 of the 13 congressional votes, which pretty much guaranteed that no decisions would ever be made. Supermajorities, always so efficient. But besides the 2/3 requirement, the Congress was very limited in what it could actually do. The government could declare war, conduct foreign affairs, and make treaties. Basically the stuff you need to do to go to war with England. It could coin money, but it couldn't collect taxes. That was left to the states. So if you needed money to, say, go to war with Britain, you had to ask the states politely. The Articles could be amended, but that required a unanimous vote. So 0 amendments were ever passed. The government was deliberately weak, which followed logically from Americans' fear of tyrannical governments, taxing them and quartering soldiers in their houses and so on. But here's the thing, weak government is like non-alcoholic beer. It's useless. That said, the Articles government did accomplish a couple things. First, it won the war, so yay! Unless you were a slave or a Native American, in which case, probable boo. Second, the government developed rules for dealing with one of the most persistent problems facing the new nation, Ohio, which was called the Northwest, presumably because it is north and west of Virginia. Getting control of the land meant taking it from the Indians who were living there, and the Articles government was empowered to make treaties, which it did. Crash Course World History fans will remember the Athenians telling the Melians that the strong do as they can and the weak suffer what they must. And the Americans definitely went to the Athenian school of treaty making. Through treaties signed at Fort Stanwix and Fort McIntosh, the Indians surrendered land north of the Ohio River. The biggest
Alright, here's a question for you. When's the last time you and a few friends sat down and tried writing one single document that would determine the way millions of people over hundreds of years lived? A document that would structure the government of an entire nation? Yeah, didn't think so. Lucky for you, fewer than 100 men took a crack at it back in 1787 on behalf of the United States of America, hoping to write one document that would contain in it all the laws and instructions for how our government should function. Now don't worry, once they had their final draft, they did put it to a vote. There were 13 United States at that time, and at least 9 of them would have to ratify the Constitution, meaning they formally agreed to it, before it became official. And now, that single document, still known today as our U.S. Constitution, remains the ultimate law of the land, the most sacred code we have for how the government should look. Pretty impressive, right? I mean, no one's perfect, but hey, that we're still running things 230 years later means they must have done something right. Now, let's rewind a few years back to 1775, when the Second Continental Congress met in Philadelphia. Besides issuing the world-famous Declaration of Independence, That gathering of delegates planted the first seed of order for the new nation, which they hoped to defend from King George. That seed was a document called the Articles of Confederation, a plan for how the new U.S. government should operate that powered the newborn nation through the Revolutionary War. Unfortunately, it had a major flaw. You see, living under a powerful king had caused the colonists a ton of trouble, so the Congress decided to give the central government, ours is in Washington, D.C. today, very limited power over the individual states. 9 of those 13 states had to give their approval before the central government could even pass a single law. See where this is going? The weight of the states overwhelmed the central trunk of government, and chaos erupted in newborn America. Having gone from a central government that was way too strong, as in the case of the king, to one that was not strong enough, Americans would need to find a balance, especially as new states joined the country in coming years. They needed a central government that could hold everyone together. And so, because gatherings of delegates from all the colonies or states for very long meetings had been successful in the past, our founding fathers decided to call yet another very long meeting in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, once again, called the Constitutional Convention. And 55 delegates from all over the states attended. And their original goal was to revise, not destroy, but revise the Articles of Confederation. But when they took the pulse of the document and thought it through together, they realized they'd be better off starting from scratch. So they torched it. And in 1787, they put their heads together to come up with something new. And here's what they decided. The central government would have more power over the states, but it would also be split into 3 different sections called branches. Each branch would have its own unique set of powers, and with the power divided 3 ways, the central government would never get too strong. The legislative branch, made up of 2 houses full of elected representatives from the different states, would come up with proposals for law known as bills. The executive branch, made up of the president and his or her closest advisors, a group called the cabinet, would receive those suggestions for law and either veto or reject them, or sign off on them, turning bills into law. Judges from the judicial branch would settle any arguments over how